Okay, we're live. Great. Live? All right. So you're joining me on day 296 of a perpetual grade 11 hunger strike to the potential death to save your life and to save my life. Why am I risking my life to save my life and your life? Doesn't seem to make much sense, right? Sounds a little bit out there, but it isn't, because your life is already in danger from this thing called the Megacrisis. And I'm trying to show and build trust that we have a direction worth following. And then you can become a leader of it, because great leaders don't create more followers only, they create great leaders too. A great leader creates more leaders. If you want to be one in a better community, a better spirit, you can join us. We'll train you for free. In some cases, we try and pay a training wage for people in low-income countries. Well, I call them exploiting countries, to be honest. We're all a part of one global nation in the right wayfulness, and not in an oppressive way, which we called colonialism in the past. We learned that lesson in history. It's time to create God's government, or the inner government, where we all belong, whether we're artists in artistic consciousness, or religious in religious consciousness, or philosophical consciousness, or in scientific secular consciousness, or what we call the new kind, the fifth kind of consciousness, meta modes of consciousness, called universal logic, where you see each one of those not just contradiction or in opposition to each other, but they're actually an organization, they're an organism, they live together. They're essential moments of a whole. They're organs, not just members, not just parts, but organs in a living system of knowing and knowledge that we express the power of these words. But the logic underneath those words is what gives them meaning from the form of being. And this wakefulness of the new words gives them true, incredible power that you and I and everybody in our dead culture right now have been separated from, a fragmentation. And fragmentation is the root of the mega crisis, and we're solving that. And if you can solve that by unfragmenting your mind, or making your mind coherent, in other words, then everything that your mind touches, whether it's your work, your family, your friends, your civil society, your nation states, your international politics, the stars, the aliens, no matter what you think about, you touch with your mind. And if your mind is fragmented, what your object is of perception, what you're looking at, is seen in a fragmented way. You can't see the holism of it, the holistic, the big picture, and you chop it up into little pieces. And those pieces, if you don't have them in the right order, or in the right wakefulness, at the right timeliness, then it looks like it's a contradiction. It doesn't make sense. You have to be able to see the parts in the whole. And the whole world moves in contradictions, but they're inner contradictions that make sense. They're coherent. There's a form of outer contradiction which misses this universal logic and is ordinary logic. And it actually has hard contradictions. Everything seems separate on this separate level. But diversity and identity are actually connected, and they flow into each other at the right times in the right ways. And that's what logic is. That's what cognition is. But it's a special kind of cognition that I teach. And it's called universal logic, which is the structure of pure wisdom. And we need to align artificial intelligence with wisdom and our own consciousness. We need AGI, artificial general intelligence, or ASI, artificial super intelligence. And we need our own HGI, human general intelligence, also aligning with this universal logic, the structure of pure wisdom, because we ourselves are not acting wise. We're destroying ourselves. We're in a loneliness epidemic, despite all these connections we're making. They're external connections. And we're also destroying our connection to the planet. We've poisoned every fresh water source on Earth. We are killing 1 trillion animals a year in horrific, not natural killing conditions. It's not. You're getting sick from eating that stuff. It's actually proven to be a class 1 carcinogen. Meat. It's processed meat. And the meat that you think is not processed, you hunt for yourself unnecessarily, is actually in the wild drinking the poisoned water. And it's condensing in the body because it's a second grade protein. Do you know what's the top grade protein in the world? What the animals eat, which is the plants. So why don't you eat it from the best source in the world? And learn to cook gourmet vegan meals, which I teach too. I teach a gourmet vegan cooking show for low-income people in a low-income setting, but it's also for the wealthy. I'm in a basement right now, no haircuts, nothing. This is the poverty trap that I'm in right now. and you can see that I'm growing my own food. You can't grow huge. You can't sell it. It's illegal to sell it and do all this stuff. But you can grow a garden, and you have to get licensed to do public like release of your stuff. At your house, it's your own private property. But I'm right now. You can see me. The laws. We have mung beans growing here, and they'll sprout, and they're actually 50 times more nutritious when they sprout. They don't have a lot of protein, but for your micronutrients and stuff like that, and your fibers, this is really smart to take a small bag, and instead of just boiling them, you turn them into this, and it's before they mature and they get a whole bunch of extra functions. They're great like this. Okay, this is the least amount of harm that you can cause right now. Can we go further than this and cause even less harm? Yeah, the Jainists can do it, except they drink dairy, which as vegans now we don't want to do either. So we can go even further. But this is a very important step to go forward for those who have no money, right? In our dying society where wealth concentration is increasing more than ever before. I should be leaving an update on my phone, but the other thing you'll notice is like a bunch of stems laying around here of these cilantro plants. These are herbs. And I need to preserve them because I bought in bulk because I'm running out of money. I'm living on gifts from others who are inspired by the direction we're working on. You can give to me directly, but I separate two funds. You can give to me directly, or you can give to the poor, the meek, the exploited to get on board with the training and then help us train them and help get their bills paid and get them making time, compressing time so they can come to these. Otherwise, if you're from a wealthy country, you just got to do the blessings for free like me. Nobody's paying me to be on the hunger strikes. And I have people looking out for me because I've lived my whole life this way and they know who I am. Through thick and thin, I don't change. I have integrity in the direction of beauty, truth, and wisdom. Beauty, truth, and goodness. Okay? And so what I did here is I gave a little tutorial on how to go plant-based as the superior diet by far. We were plant eaters 2.6 million years ago. We maladapted to climate change and started eating other creatures. Our organs weren't built for that properly. That's why if you eat nothing but meat, you die. You're not a carnivore, and you're not even an obligate omnivore. You're not like a pig that can eat both meat and plants. You need to cook the meat lots and eat lots of plants, or else you die. Meat can't give you everything you need. But guess what? If you just eat plants, they do give you everything you need and more, and it's healthier, and you get less cancer, like 12 to 34%. And you don't have heart attacks because it doesn't build up all the animal fat in your body. You get healthy, lean fats. Millions of years. You have 2.6 million years of your body getting clogged up like this. And the reason why we weren't dying is because we were running super marathons every week to chase down antelope across the savannah. We're sloths now, which is why we're getting all plugged up. Okay, so go vegan. Get class 1 proteins. Only, well, I don't like to use this word. What should I say? I was going to say a meme. Maybe I'll say it eventually. What's a good odd? I need to think about this. I'm going to tease and I'm going to diss, but people will take it out of context because we're in a too fragmented culture right now. So let me think about that one. What's a good meme for somebody who's eating second-grade protein? Just go vegan, okay? Eat like eating, go vegan. If you're not religious, just go vegan because it's scientifically healthier for you. That's why doctors are telling the seniors to do it. Okay, so I got the stems. I'm making another update video to show people as part of cooking with them because I'm recovering now. And we made the blessings, 2,400 blessings worth of training. So after this, though, I'm going to overcome refeeding syndrome. 28 days of not eating. It takes me a couple of weeks to get my digestion going and so I can eat proper meals. Because my Hungerstrike goal, was I would get to eat one big full meal. Not fully recovered, but that I could actually eat a meal and not throw up and like hold it in. Like, so that takes full recovery. Getting my fat back on my body takes two full months, maybe more. But to digest the actual food and stretch my stomach out a little bit so I can actually eat 2,000 calories in a meal taking longer than I initially planned because it's so serious what's happening to me. You can start to see my hair is falling out a little bit, but we've already cured baldness. We've already cured a lot of these things with CRISPR, genetic editing. We just got to make sure that is distributed as well fairly in God's government to those who really want it and who were destroyed by this culture and going bald because we were exposed to chemicals and our genetics inherited, and a whole bunch of stuff happened to us that's leading to stress with hair falling out for women too. We're, being bald, it can be beautiful for sure, 100%. I'm just saying that aside from the superficiality of hair, other stuff in my body is under strain too, and uh, I'm taking care of my body like a temple. That's why I'm surviving such extreme hunger strikes. Is there's not any inflammation, not a bunch of plaque. I'm sure there's some trans fat from all the junk that I was raised on. Love to my mother. She actually fed us not too bad. But when I got on my own as a male at university, things went down quickly because I was targeted by industries who were just trying to make money off of me and all these young men. And now the current generation can't even get jobs because they're getting replaced by AI. So they're all at home. It's take care of your parents though. It's okay. We need to come together in a new way, and that's a logic. Okay, but not. We don't need an ordinary fragmented logic. We need a wise logic called universal logic. It is a metaphysics a priori, but it's also a posteriori or empirical. So we solved all these contradictions and oppositions. They actually belong together if you look at them in the right time, right place, and right wakefulness. Logic. Okay, that's that update for the stream. I want to eat this morning. I want to eat. I can't have any cereal yet. Phone is charging 4% still. This cord is just like not good. All right. So I'm holding everything together in the poverty trap to show people that if you're struggling, don't give up. I'm grinding just with you. I'm grinding with you too. So let me leave this update. And then I'm going to go get some jars. I'm going to clean this up and then make a to-do list, do some taxes, get some more funds coming in here while people are realizing that we have the truth. Oh, I might as well give the update on the phone, but my phone is full. Well, I'm trapped actually. I can't make the updates. Let's see what other apps I can delete to get this going. See, look at hours and energies being burnt on this. Yeah. I didn't post the proof of truth and the links in the chat on this stream, so I will do that. Now. Or there's a lot happening. It's starting to pick up, but it's still a little bit too fragmented. So let's download TikTok. Is this cable already broken? Yeah. Oh, the adapter. Making updates for channels that I'm being shadow banned on and nobody's watching yet. But this is for posterity to show that I did it. What is going on here? It keeps flashing, which means that this is a programmatic error. This is a device compatibility issue because they programmed them all weird. Probably gonna fry my phone port, and then we have to get a new phone. That's probably what's gonna happen. Um, so if I have to make even more, like I'm gonna eat and then I'm just gonna walk. I'm gonna try and walk to the one of my nearest stores and try and get a cord and not carry groceries back with me, but just bring a cord or something. The problem with going grocery shopping is I can walk there. It's hard. I could fall, whatever, but it's getting them back. That's the hard. Like I can't carry even a couple of, like if I did it, it would take me a long time, and then my body will seize up with a whole bunch of lactic acid when I'm trying to survive. It's I planned it out. It's an extreme medical situation that I'm doing because we need you to get moving. If I see enough people get moving, we make enough blessings and trainings, the hunger strike ends. But then the next one starts up after I do a full recovery, which usually takes 2 months, but go a little bit longer maybe. What should I eat in the meantime? This cucumber is what I was going to cut it up. This. Mm. Oh gosh, I'm so hungry. Oh, John, look at what a beautiful little surprise. You get little endorphins because anybody who helps me eat, it's just like you're like gods to me. My body's like, that person loves you. Give me food. So thank you for helping. If you can give some more now, I'm being, for lack of a better word, literally raped by Instacart and the world's largest hedge fund. They're literally nitpicking. Oh, we can't do this. We can't do. You literally destroyed me for a day just because I was trying to buy food with your app, and you subjected me to games and probability theory and decision theory, which I have studied too, trying to take advantage of micro nudges and neural nudges of me, and every little gesture and every little pause that I'm on your app and you're just spying on me and then bombarding me with temptation the whole time I'm on there to get even more and buy more, and then you leave me with a bunch of junk. So I'm, basically it's building into a lawsuit, but a lawsuit to me is just a conversation. So if you're watching right now, I'm not declaring a lawsuit. I'm declaring that I'm open to mediation and resolving this outside of court, because court is a disaster anyway. And I can at least get it to be heard on the merits because it's a game that they gamified. It's ridiculous. You can make an app that replaces basically the entire courthouse. And there's beautiful people in that courthouse. And they can't even fix the system. And that's what kills their spirit. And they're just sitting there being like, yeah, we know. Can't do anything. Yeah, we tried. Yeah. And they're very smart people in there. Not always, right? Everybody has their ups and downs, and smartness is not what we're looking for anyway. We're not looking for just sheer cognitive horsepower, right, John Smith? We're looking for wisdom, UQ, not just IQ. Okay, IQ is where diversity happens, where art and difference. UQ is what makes that difference beautiful and not ugly and exploitive like it is now, leading to wealth concentration like we've never seen before, and we're abandoning more than half the human species. Right? Looks like you have some goodies there. Yes. If you watch the stream, I'm actually talking a lot because I have a lot of energy and I'm inspired. Joe and I got a little glimpse of godliness this morning in the meetings, or real wisdom. We started sublating. Him and I started becoming moments of each other. And that's what love feels like. That's what love is. In the mode of feeling, universal logic in the mode of feeling is the soulness coming through immediacy. But then when that immediacy mediates itself into consciousness, then that soulfulness repeating itself in that immediacy through consciousness is what raises consciousness to spirit. And the recognition of each other isn't just happening in the mode of feeling, but it also happens in the mode of thinking. So you have lovely thoughts and not just lovely being together. Anyway, I'm doing that with everybody, and I feel like you're a part of that. So you're definitely helping take us to the next level. Ooh, excuse me. I'm actually growing mung beans, and I'm trying to make all my food last and be very healthy, do the cooking show and be sort of relatable, right? And I just always wanted to learn how to cook and do this right. So I'm trying to enjoy it and be in the moment while getting updates from people. We're planning this massive conference called the Last Conference of Humanity. It's going to be not just an ever-living meeting, it's going to be an ever-living conference. Meaning not just an ELM, ever-living meeting, an ELC, an ever-living conference, where it starts, but it actually spans the world, and it turns into an ELM that it's an infinite game. It's not these finite games. Okay, so we're actually hiring these people now, making it definitive that the training, your money's not going to go towards people just using us for money. They come, they leave, whatever. We're like saying, nope, you're going to get trained to do something. You have to have a skill. And sometimes people don't pay for the training. You come, you take a risk, we take a risk, you get somewhere. But we will try and pay people from poor countries to get trained up. And then we'll actually have people can run the meetings with us and be useful in that way, in the new wayfulness, and not be participating on the hamster wheel like you are, right? You're stuck on the hamster wheel trying to make sure your country doesn't descend into madness. And my country is trying to survive that here in Canada. But soon enough, we'll all be a part of one global nation state of a godly type, right? The wise government, because I'm aligning everything with universal logic. And then we'll have a universal passport, and then you and I will be able to travel and maybe meet each other and incentivize our leaders to move in this new direction of the structure of pure wisdom. I'm actually in the middle of giving an update. I haven't cleaned up yet because I'm preserving my cilantro. You'll see I'm uploading it to TikTok. My phone died. It's not charging because the cords are cheap, and I didn't want to spend your money on just like maintaining things. I wanted to get going. Like, I want to stretch it as far as possible. So I'm going to postpone the godly meeting because I don't want to spend any more money when we're not really prepared. I'm dealing with Instacart just slamming me. In fact, I'm going to I'm receiving messages from them right now. It's kind of nice because it's the weekend. I'm not being slammed by the courthouse at the same time, so I could deal with this. But so my agenda today. Oh, look at that! In the middle of my talking, TikTok just shut off. Okay. The good news is we're progressing, and as things are breaking, I'm building them back up, man. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and you're part of those 2 steps forward. And I hope you're sort of happy with how we're spending your funds, being transparent, as you can see, 24/7 transparency, right? Like, I can't even, you know, there's no hiding when you're on the stream, right? Go ahead and try and make up an Illuminati myth about me. I'm sitting right here in this little broken, ripped up chair, you know? It's going to be very hard for people to twist me. They're going to say, well, you got a clone, and they sat in the chair with you. Okay, we got a clone for like 5 years. It'll be hard. It'll start getting weird in their theories. Yeah, thanks. I'm in this very beautiful spot between ketosis and like just full on like energy. If I eat too much, I'm going to transition back into the sugar body, and then you kind of get back into normal focus. But this is like what our ancestors had. This is like being on Adderall and like modafinil. I'm running on like an hour and a half of sleep, feel completely awake, body's getting stronger. My mind feels like it has the energy to last the whole day because I'm so used to like planning for like that every single action makes me feel tired. And yeah, I think we've gotten our brains into neural nets that are toxic and cancerous and killing us. Even if our bodies are healthy, our brains are not in flow state. So, how are you doing? Are you ready to take the next steps? What do you want to see? What do you think we can improve? And are you able to give any more funds so I can tell our other donors to match you? Because I'm leveraging if you give me an inch, I'm going to take this movement a mile. Anything at all. Anybody gives anything. I love to reciprocate and show them that we work on a different level of detail here. Oh, what day is it today? Wow, my stream is behind. 296. Wow. And these streams, I'm putting a little more effort into them because they are going to turn into like the broadcast of spirit, and it will get around the world in the external way, which is it plays an essential function, but the internal way is the thing we need to build first, because that will turn into double binds and then twist me into this absolute power corrupts absolutely when it doesn't. When you have absolute wisdom, it doesn't corrupt. It actually corrupts the other person, and then the corruption in that person corrupts you or tries to twist you into that corruption. So the corruption comes from two directions. And if you're wise, you know those two directions. So there we go. Stream is up. Oh, TikTok. So the flock strategy is really what I'd like you to get started, John, if you could start training people around you. But how is your job going? And what can I do for you to get you to want to jump on? Because if you're here with me right now, you're unique. I'm usually alone at this stage because nobody's working at this level, right? They see contradictions, they just can't get there. And somehow you found my little stream. And if you sent me an email, I haven't even had a chance to check all my emails. I just like putting labels on them and organizing to say, I'll deal with this when I'm eating. Like the food has to get secured. That's the big thing, right? Maslow's hierarchy. I need to like get the food. And then not burn more money wastefully. So stop the meetings from happening. We got to improve, right? I'm not just going to keep having meetings with the same level of blessings. What's going on, TikTok? Okay. Oh, I was supposed to respond to one of my other friends too. One of my other wealthy friends did contact me, and she said she contacted my old superhero, my I don't want to say my real activist network, but the one I had previous to the one I just rebuilt with you guys. And I have like 10,000 people in that I met over 8 years of leading make poverty history at the University of Alberta. So if that network gets going, that's the network that can change the whole world and run an international governance model realistically. Right. I actually have a couple of friends working in the governments, and they actually cut themselves off from me because they thought they'd lose their jobs, which is sad, but kind of smart, right? My friends are kind of smart, right? But I'm disappointed in them, but I think they're going to come. They always do come in the end. We're just running out of time, right? So I should probably message her now that it's on my mind because there is a lot of avenues starting to open. It's like a seed. Our roots are kind of like coming up now, and now there's like opportunities to start wiggling our way through the dirt. That's what's happening. We kind of got into like situation where we're at the core. So yeah, got energy now, and I'm using that to the max. Oh. Done. I should have messaged her yesterday. Great. If that friend gets going, that's going to speed things up very quickly. That's why we have to get the structure kind of tweaked and good. So, all right. I'm so hungry right now. All right. So this needs to get cleaned up, which means I need to do the update. Stream is reset. And that last stream is illegal. That's a legal almost document right there. What happened last night. Go watch that, John, and see what I went through. I had to sign back to Instacart. So do my updates, eat, contact Instacart, do my taxes to get the money to come in. If you could give another donation so we can get through this next month. Next month is when the government is giving me a payout somewhere between $180 and $1,000. Well, I don't know. Somewhere between $180 and $400 maybe. And then I think I'm going to get a tax return. We'll see. Like, I can never predict it, but I'm low income. And I should get a couple hundred, somewhere like 400, maybe even up to $1,000. And then that will carry us to train the next batch on top. So Joe and my other friend just gave and is covering this rapage that just happened with me with the groceries. So the groceries are stocked up for the next 2 months. I think I should have enough groceries, except for omega-3 and olive oil, to make it the next 2 months. But in terms of the training and stuff like that and keeping the ads going, like, we got momentum now. The ads are getting cheaper, but if I stop the ads, it loses this AI adjustment thing. So, like, I want to keep them going. Your funds help with that, but it also helps actually pay the people who come to the meetings. Okay. All right. I was in the middle of pasting in the chat there. That's why it's kind of funny you got into the chat, is because I was just trying to paste the links in there. Give people a freebie. Some freeware of God's mind. Ugh. My sides are sore. Yeah, my literal, like what's holding my stomach in, are sore. Because my stomach is, it's like my jaw, right? I'm not used to chewing. My face hurts in the beginning because it's been a month, 28 days since I was chewing. Right? I'm talking, that doesn't mean you're actually causing strain on your joints, right? You need to actually bite on things, or else you start losing those muscles. So oh, come on. And my other friend, who normally donates, told me that his businesses are struggling, and that the only business making money is this hunting and killing job. And he says all the money is coming from his hunting and his killing. And I said, okay, well, I told you got to stop doing that, man. And they're able to find out, because once this gets big, I'll be like, Johnny, you should have changed. Oh, well, now they know. Well, now you know, Johnny. It's up there. He's a good man. He's just addicted to killing, just like the rest of our species. And he knows, the rare thing about him is he knows that. And if there's a little bit of pressure on him, he'll do it. If somebody comes and supports him, he'll transition. He wants to protect wildlife. He's good at it. That's what he should be doing, and that's what I think he's passionate about. So yeah. I'm not going to take any money from him. And I might die for it. But if I do it, it won't work anyway. Come on. I'm looking for the links here. Come on, brain. Okay, we're losing mung beans. Should I put this right here for now? I'm going to have to sweep the floor. Well, I can eat them now, actually. I'm like, oh, I gotta wait to eat them. No, it's actually dangerous to eat these sprouts. You gotta wash them and cook them, but normally it's okay. Wow, they're so good at this stage. My place is cleaner now, so it's not so bad. Somebody left me a comment? Is that you? Oh, my big video. Yeah, the Instacart one. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to find where I put the links in that format because it's exactly like spaced for the format. And if I have it in the chat, there it is. I can just highlight it very quickly and then paste it. These documents will get outdated, but once people start to understand that we have the answer here, they'll actually start reading those. So I want them to have something to get them going, so that I'm not the bottleneck in the beginning. All right. So please, John, my intuition is asking you to do what you can now. And I don't know what you do for a living, but if you're getting sucked in, it must be pretty bad because you seem like a fairly capable individual. Okay, link is in the chat. That's updated. The other one is shut down. That should be saved. Just double checking that legal document is actually saved. $563. Good, it did save. All my streams got deleted, my screen shares, everything's just getting deleted. Oh, system restart. Now that one's going to be shut down too. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to download last night's video before something happens and my account deletes. So we'll have a copy of that. Luckily, something caught the conversation. That's downloading. Starlink is set up partially. I might test it here again, but anyway, what happened there did not make me happy either. Okay, let's take a picture of the setup to teach people how to go vegan gourmet. There's a whole bunch of people leaving me messages now, which is a good sign. It means they're engaged. But it also means they're probably being greedy and not really caring that we're saving their damn lives. And when I say damn lives, I mean damn sacred lives. Damn well know those lives are sacred. There's more weather data than there is data on how to make human beings get into flow state. You know what I mean? So we're gonna have like flow state weather currents, like meteorological mental states, mapping where's the flow, like the current of the flow of consciousness. Consciousness weather consciousness. The weather of consciousness. Weather and consciousness. Pretty cool wordplay there. How am I gonna make this update? How much room do I have on my phone? First thing is to put a copy on TikTok. So we will have to delete. This is a waste of my life, it feels like, just sitting here deleting, creating space. It's just 29 things on TikTok. Who liked me on TikTok? What's going on here? Oh, Sarah, thank you so much. Oh, Aya's been liking our videos. Aya, we need you, my lady. We need you. It's getting pretty exciting. So I mean, take care of yourself. But I can see, I can see beautiful things happening. I almost have enough pieces in place to get that going. And we're gonna know somebody who experimented with the transition drugs. We'll know somebody who has the wisdom to say what it's gonna be like. So we can even help, highly suicidal transgenders to make the transition. That's no pun intended, right? We're transitioning to a new form of wise governance. Um, it's transgender. It's an interesting playing words too. Uh, and by the way, point being, user point being who's commenting on TikTok, uh, we know each other, right? If you want to help us build this out, it's getting pretty close. We're running a massive conference, and if you can use your London School of Economics connections to start finding people or making a list of who we could have come to this conference that we're calling the last conference of humanity. The last conference of humanity. LCH, the LTH, last conference of humanity. Okay. Why does Linda Stokes sound familiar? Okay. All right, let's upload the video and we can look at that later, but let's create a little more space. I need to eat something here. Ouch. What was that? Don't do that. Once I upload it, I can delete the 22-minute video from last night, but I actually don't want to because that's a legal one. I need a new phone. Like, I can't delete anything on this phone because there's so much legal stuff on there. All the free space that I made is all now on the groceries from last night, preparing for this legal battle with the world's largest hedge funds, or a conversation. To me, it's just a conversation. Okay. My video just failed recording but I do have this recording here on YouTube, and this recording on my broken phone with TikTok. So I do have an email as well that I backed up because probably start a lawsuit against this car. Because look at this, they're like manipulating our minds now with super intelligent AI and robots. When you go to order them on the app, they spy on you, and they misled me. Okay. Okay. I'm making some accusations there, but I can back them up. When I say spying on me, they're going to say that's a false statement, that's defamation, and I'm going to say, no, what I mean by spying on me is that you're triangulating, you're not engaging with personal shopping habits directly, but you're triangulating to try and micro nudge them, and you're using fake items to do that. And that's my experience. That's truth. So, but in the end, the goal is to save them too. So. Oh no. They changed the app on on TikTok, and now it's very painful and difficult to make the graphics the way I was doing it. Look, another thing just shifted on me. It's like as soon as you start to build a habit, it gets like shaken off. Now I got to relearn an even harder system. And that's going to happen in God's government too. But the way we innovate is in flow. So you're not just going to constantly get surprised. There's going to be a rhythm to it. And the fragmentation and feeling like you're constantly being ungrounded is going to turn into, instead of ungrounding, it'll turn into you have a ground that grows from itself. So there's a continuousness rather than a breaking off. There's still a breaking off. There's still a qualitative change. That's quality in the quantity. And that dialectic flows as moments rather than just choppy like leaps like that. Oh, first gonna submit it like that. Whew. I'm gonna take Instacart too. Instacart. And once I start getting a bigger following, like I am getting something like 50,000 or something views every like 30 days or something. So it's, there's a core forming around this algorithms, and even though the shadow banning is happening, oh, there's so many people to follow up with already. This is great. This is good. We're moving. Um, we're gonna have to eventually pay something for the people who are making sacrifices to actually show up and be useful and not just exploit us. Excuse me. Come on. I need to eat something. Come on. What's Instacart's? It's just shocking that Meta's laying off 20% of its workers. Like, what? I'm just thinking I'm going to have to clean this up because I'm just going to upload the other video that I made already to YouTube. Actually, I haven't uploaded it yet. Yeah, the plan is simple. Instacart. 110,000 posts are being made a day on Instacart. Posts. Let's see how you like them apples, Instacart. I love ya. Took the vibe on abandonment for you. We just need to have the conversation. So I'm gonna call you guys right after this. I'm gonna eat a little bit of something, but the updates are flowing, you guys, and I'm gonna go and get my other glass jars because if I keep the mung beans like piled up like this, they'll start to rot. Like they can't breathe. So we need to get more glass jars, which I just broke like 2 of them by accident. So I'm going to repair that while this is uploading because one of the bad things about TikTok is if you close the app down and run it in background, it just stops uploading. So they just monopolize your phone because it's a genius way to force you to be on. Well, since I'm uploading, I might as well just keep scrolling, which is incredibly manipulative. And I see you, TikTok execs. You're young, you're smart, but don't do that. It ruins trust. Even though it works, it's going to come back to get you. And we want you to flow and have people believe in you. And you don't have to do this profit maximizing, race to the bottom, hyper competition because there's no regulation and no wisdom. We're bringing the wisdom, pure wisdom. The structure is coming and we need your help. Okay, we're putting that up to the side because it's 22 minutes of uploading and that's going to take like 10 minutes, which is still a modern miracle. So there is some degree of appreciation. We're going to eat a little bit of this. The bread that's not good for me. Make sure phone is charging. It is. It's saying phone is full. It's not going to actually make it in time. I need to delete something. Mm. I'm so incredibly hungry, you guys, right now. I get to eat. Oh my god, it's like a dream. It's like most people, when they think of food, they're just like, okay, no problem. When I think of food, my body's like, stop, you're on a hunger strike. And then I have to actually stop. I have to actually overcome that. When I see food, the first impulse that I get is, don't do it. And then I have to think, am I or am I not on the hunger strike? I am not on the hunger strike. I get to eat! You know? But there's nights where I'll have that thought of like, oh, I can't eat. And it gives you an incredible amount of like autonomic, like even in a dream somebody was trying to convince me to eat and I was on the hunger strike, my nervous system would stop me because my willpower is stronger than a lot of the cravings and the addictions and a lot of sensuousness that has taken hold of people. You gotta cultivate that and you become an individual now, not somebody who's codependent in the wrong way of being a moment of each other. That's not when you're related to somebody in an abstract negation, that's a negative unity. That's not a sublation. Sublation is the negative with the positive and they complement each other, and that's true uh, momentariness of each other. Being a moment, being in a moment together. Okay, hopefully this doesn't make my stomach upset, but so far. Mm. Still no email from Instacart, like she said she was gonna do. Just like never any follow through. Nothing in the spam folder either. Ooh. I'm recording like my meals, so just so people know what I ate to survive. Because they're not gonna believe I'm doing so well. Like I'm even surprised I'm doing so well. Make more room here. WhatsApp seems to be taking up a lot of data storage. Oh, even my friend messaged me. Okay, I get messaging back. What should I delete? A lot of these are historical moments. That's why it's hard to delete them. Uh, It can be done. What should I eat while I'm sitting here? But having to keep getting up. Cucumber, but I think my body has adapted to eating peanut butter because I remember when I first started, I had a very hard time, and I seem to be doing a little better. Maybe I just took a lot of pictures last night, so that's actually what filled my phone up. Lucky I took a lot of screenshots at the end. You're good. Let's see, maybe it will make it. Let's see. No, not good. Mm, I'm trying to find duplicate videos very quickly just to delete them. Found one. Found quite a few duplicates. Good. We can actually make this work. Good. 28 minutes ago. I deleted enough for probably a couple hundred. And that is all the duplicates, so let's see if that'll fix it. Okay, did that work? Yeah. 252. So this should be enough to get TikTok to upload that. Good boy. There, that's good. So now we're gonna get the mung beans taken care of. Take another bite. The peanut butter is carrying us a bit. Not ideal. Makes me feel a little lightheaded. Mm. Mm. All right. So they're both small jar mouth, which is annoying for sprouts actually. Mm. We also have I kept some of my old peanut butter jar lids here, or yeah, peanut butter jar lids. So this will work good also for mung beans. It's got a wide base. It's actually wider than the mason jars. So I don't like wasting that peanut butter though. I keep these peanut butter jars just in case. Actually, these wide mouths are actually going to be a problem. All right, we're going to get this going. Peanut butter, the old peanut butter jars. Just found another jar that will work good. And there's another jar that will work too. Okay. Slowly but surely, it's all together. Video is 75% uploaded. Good. My energy is increasing still. Okay. We're gonna rinse this out now. We're gonna rinse the bad water out. Okay. And I think one of my other ones. The wide jars are better for. Once you raise enough funds, I'll be able to not have to worry about this very much. But in the beginning, it is because if I get abandoned here, if somebody gets triggered, and I'm left alone again, I need to survive. Yes, we got one more, and then I'm done. Level the mung beans for today. But now I'm going to replace this bottle. So I still think we need actually one more. I made a lot this time because these are really quite tasty. Each one of these will fill up this jar potentially. Well, I leave a little bit in this one. This is the. So you don't want to leave them like. You gotta rotate them like this, and then they spread it a little bit. Oh jeez. Okay. I'm gonna put a cloth on those. We're gonna lay these all out on their sides. I gotta create some shelf space first. Okay. Hmm. Just trying to create space and clean up. I gotta clean up anyway. Videos 65% done. Okay. Somebody's getting upset. I actually can't eat any more of the peanut butter. I need to eat some liquids here. Okay, we're cooking. Bit of a storm. I'm not going to use any of the ingredients that I bought just yet. See, ah, to see what Instacart wants to do. Spending a lot of time on that, but it's a way to engage that class, that huge group. I'm going to process potato for breakfast. Take my little half plates. Where's my Spanish paprika? Cut this. Yeah, I'm starting to feel sick, actually. Ouch! I need to eat something good. The upload is still happening, so I can't use my phone anyway. That's why I'm doing all this extra stuff right now. That's a 22-minute update from last night. It's gonna take a while. I'm just doing a comparison. Like this is barely an onion, you know? That's a pearl onion, basically. If they're gonna be that small, call them pearl onions. Okay, that is resume an update. Um, I'm actually feeling quite a bit of pain right now. I think I overdid it. Potato. Hmm. Mhm. I think the drink capture getting worse. See, one or two bites, I'm okay if I'm eating something I'm not supposed to yet, but if I try to actually have a meal on it, it goes downhill fast. Video almost done uploading. It feels like I have a pit in my stomach right now. Enzymes. That's right. I think it's not digesting. I had my feeling that might happen, but it's okay. It'll go. It might take 6 hours, but it'll go. Enzymes can cut it down by about 20-30%. So in 3 hours, I should probably be able to eat again. So the goal right now is just to get this station cleaned up. So I'm creating space over there by cooking. So I'm throwing things in the pan, and I'm boiling potatoes. Oh, takes about I overcook them obviously a lot because they're packed with lectins and lectins attack the gut lining. So I'm going to boil the heck out of those, get those potatoes out of the way. And then once I feel a little bit better here, I'm going to get back up and keep cleaning it. I'm cold too. See, the moment you get overconfident on a Hungerstrike like this, you pay the price. It happens every time too. Oh, I could just have a couple more pieces of peanut butter. Not on day two, you can't, man. Like you know this already. part of me thinks though that my body is adapting. Like it's been so long that your body adapts a little bit, uh, but it is getting weaker if you don't recover. So I mean, even though I'm adapting and maybe getting more efficient, my body has less energy, less resources to do that adaptation, just because I'm never fully getting back to normal. Oh, man, it's feeling so good too. It's a delicate balance. I also went into a room over there that had mice in it, and you know, I haven't had a chance to really clean that room up, so that might also be causing a little bit of a sickness right now. Ugh. I need to get some. Ooh, I might have to take a nap. I'll have to sleep and catch up with me in a little bit. No. Looks like I'm doing nothing, but I got my top friend she's working on something. Potatoes are boiling on low heat so that they don't boil over here in case I do fall a little bit of asleep. We're uploading the big update from Instacart last night. We're still streaming. I'm still pondering ideas on what to do with the conference and the rest of my day and how I should reprioritize the day if I have the nap here. And the next priority might be just sending out the big mass update to everybody saying tomorrow is postponed for the godly ELM, and maybe start shooting for the spirit ELM, the bigger one of 108 people on Thursday. So just you know, and I'm recovering on the hunger strike that's happening right now too. So that part is going to be a priority, just because if the body fails, you have to continue. So I'm just going to let my stomach relax for a bit and stop talking. And if you're just joining me now, what happened was I didn't take time to make my normal breakfast, which is cucumbers and soup broth with a little bit of baked like potatoes like in broth. And I thought I could get it with like a little bit of peanut butter and bread, and you can with one or two scoops, uh, but I just had like 4 or 5, maybe more, and I'm feeling I'm paying the price now. My stomach is like paining hard. It makes me want to throw up. It wants me to throw up some of the food a little bit. Um, that's okay. The enzyme feels like it might cut through pretty quick, actually. Yeah, the lack of sleep is hitting me a little bit. But we'll have this meal, do an update, send up the email, take a nap maybe, wake up, contact Instacart. Work on the court case tomorrow, maybe. Let's, on my stream again. As soon as I close my eyes. The person was done. Email will be written shortly. Just gonna add some peas in there. Hmm. there. Just sort of wash my face a little bit because I feel like I might have picked up something in that other room too. Who knows? But keep working. Okay. Might be time for a shower soon, but. Good. That's clean. The house is getting in order. Getting closer. That's still the garbage out. Hmm. That, I believe, is much better. Good. I still don't have leak. Hmm. Okay. Getting the interesting. All right, so that is done cooking. Good. Stomach settled. Getting a little bit too dry. One last little rinse. We actually need one more jar. I'm realizing. If you leave them out like that, they dry out way too fast. That's the problem. Okay. Hmm. Interesting. Truth is going to stop the sickos, the ones who themselves want to get out but can't. Now they can. By the power of the goodness already in them. Okay, guys, so the setup is complete. So here's what I've been working on. Okay. Now, as things get bewilderingly weird, because reality collapse is coming, and if you've never done a DMT trip and you don't know how deep the mind can go, whether in a divine sense or a human sense, at that level, it all gets meshed together. You don't know which way is up. So, if you know what I'm talking about, what I just said there, and this whole Epstein situation, which has been brewing while we've been talking about AI and war and all this deep, dark stuff, there's a version of hell that these humans have created for themselves because hyper intelligent people, when they're sensitive and they try and get out of the tangle of fragmentation, eventually become hopeless and they end up generating their own hells and believing in them. So that logic becomes like a Chinese torture trap. It just gets tighter and tighter and tighter the more you think with those dead thoughts. And the more it justifies more heinous things coming through you. It's not some godly thing. It's not some Luciferian thing. Lucifer has no veritable being. It's you not knowing what you're doing with the divinity within. It's just an ignorance that becomes real because of itself. But it's not real reality. It's ungrounded confusion projecting in that medium, which makes it seem real. And you can get out of that. And they can now too, because the proof of truth, as simple as it sounds, that it can't change things. For these types of individuals who are that deep and lost, it is everything. And it will be everything to them. It is, I mean, if you're watching right now and you're one of them, look at the proof of truth and try and outthink it. And what will happen is that infinite spiraling, the bad infinite, will stop. And it will start doing something different for the first time in what will seem like eternity. And you will be saved. And it will end the nightmare. And you will end it yourself. Okay? Those are my words to you. And may they be received. Okay. Peace and love. Keep sublating, everybody. Back to the normal life. Here we go. Everything's kind of cleaned up. I'm going to clean up the rest of this. This is all the mung beans. I didn't realize I only poured like a half little bag, this bag here. And it filled up all of these because they start to expand, right? So we're going to try this as an experiment, see if it'll go in a flat tray. But you got to keep them covered. I got this little small towel, and it keeps the bacteria from growing in the mold. It makes sure that you don't get sick when you eat them. And I eat them with vinegar. Vinegar can kill a lot of the bacteria, and you want to make sure that there's air flowing through there because it's a breathable material because the bacteria will go anaerobic, and they have millions of years of survival instinct. So if they want to survive, they will. And then they start botulism, and botulism is the most neurotoxic thing almost ever. Okay, so that's clean. My area over there to eat is now clean. So growing plants is a very humanizing and grounding activity, you guys, as the mental health crisis expands. So that's why I'm also putting some time into it when it looks like, why aren't you leading militaries into World War III? Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you going to the United Nations? Why aren't you doing all the normal stuff that everybody else does, Mr. Messiah? And because if you do normal things and you use the same mind as, or the same logic that creates the problems you have, you're going to be still within the problem mindset. Ooh, my stomach is a little bit weak, but okay. So we still have a little bit of cucumber to enjoy for tomorrow, but we're gonna have some soup because my guts feel a little bit. They feel. How do they feel? They feel. Um, like too heavy. There's not enough liquid or moisture. Or you can feel it. So I was eating too heavy for day 2, or we're almost on day 3 here. Body is starting to get better. You can tell in my voice. My feet hurt, but they're also getting stronger. My legs are shaking and vibrating because they're weak and I'm sore, but it comes with the territory. So we're just going to enjoy this very simple broth. I didn't put as much in this broth either. Okay. So I got my heat packs here, makeshift. And the video looks like it is uploaded. And we're going to send out this. The real time sensitive thing today is really the email postponing tomorrow. That's the real big thing that has to get done now. Next update. Oh yeah, we mastered that. That's good. That is good. A little font. It's nice and watery. It's what my gut needs right now. Mm. Mm. This is perfect for the stomach right now. Exactly what it needs. Mm. Oh yeah, the gut's waking up. Good. Hmm. Hmm. Beauty. All right. We're gonna take another little piece of centrum, start getting our potassium. Well, our potassium is up with the vegetables, but we're gonna start getting a little more expressive about it. Mm. Hmm. Not the best sounds I've ever made, but healing to the soul. A little bit of contemplation before the storm. A little bit of planning. Mm. That was really delicious. I didn't put any cumin and I didn't put any turmeric in this. All I put was the vegetables, a touch of salt and sugar, fair trade certified, and onions. Mm. I'm going to clean that bowl over there. I'm going to try and start using a bowl instead of doing this now that I'm getting everything cleaned up. You can see I'm making baby steps, right? Many, many baby steps in many directions, but climbing out. Climbing out of the poverty trap. And we're all going to climb out of this hell into heaven together. Mm. The light is within you. Oh, okay, we're going to send out the daily email and then I might sleep, clean up, make more space. Oh, much better. I feel much better now. The clenching of my stomach has gone away. That's how quickly it can change, right? Stay vigilant. Ooh. What did God say? God said, and it is good. And it was. And it is. And forever will be. And let's get a little bit of heat going here. I should have bought that air filter, it feels like. Just for a bit. All right. I'm just thinking how gut bacteria can really affect your mood. But I am very excited to be eating you guys. The body really does wake up. But I'm going to send this email because if I take a nap now, then if I send it, it'll be closer to the deadline. And I want to send it with more than 12 hours notice in case people are sleeping on the other side of the world. I want them to wake up to this notice. This way they don't come, but I'm going to be in the meeting tomorrow anyway. If anybody's watching this. And just tell people to wait till Thursday. Tomorrow's gonna have to be a legal, not tomorrow, yeah, tomorrow and the next day, legal work. Go to the courthouse, commission a document, I think, and wait a couple of days, go to court, see what kind of So that's going to be. Okay, proof of truth is in the chat, and now this email is going to be sent out. Oh, oh man. All right. Stay focused, stay loving, eat good food, care about each other, learn universal law. The vision's coming. And mine is saying we could try and make a mad dash for 108 people what Thursday and just keep growing. Like just have one of each meeting type. And maybe that's how fast the problem is moving. Because there's like visions happening. They're like not hallucinations, not like actual, but meaningful like contingency plans are working their ways out. Being like, okay, if this happens, this happens, this happens. If this happens, this happens, this happens. Best case, worst case, medium case scenario. And there's something compelling. Because I did my absolute best. I couldn't get things going enough to prepare for tomorrow's meeting. We could try to do it, but it's the bad infinite. I haven't made enough changes to justify enough growth in it. We'll just end up repeating the same frustration. So knowing the universal logical determinations on how to see what level of progress we're at in terms of God's mind, I'm making a decision. And right when I went to go send this email, a synchronicity happened that we didn't predict was going to happen. And that led to the next moment. And then it clicked, it clicked, it clicked. So 3 things all clicked at once, 4 things technically. And it's inspiring. Like I don't feel like that draw because I'm getting hits of dopamine. Oh, I guess that kind of is. But it's very managed and a stable inspiration that's maintaining itself continuously. But it's not like it's ramping up for infinity, right? I got a stomach ache and all of a sudden it's like, ooh, tone it down. I think people when they're in mania, they have a disconnect. There's some kind of trauma. And they built a neural shelf, like a shelf of neurons or some kind of neural cluster where they can dissociate from their physical sensations. So there's like a dead zone here where they just take off. They're not registering reality. This side of the reality, the negation. So luckily that's intact for me. So maybe basically I'm saying I could probably work and get most of the stuff done without a nap, but I feel like taking a nap now. So I'm going to let these ideas inspire me, and then I'm going to sleep and let my subconscious work on it, and then wake up fresh, and then work on it into the night. And then I think that will be my last blitz until I do the legal work, and then do the legal work on the constitutional question, and then adjourn with the Attorney General, waiting for the Canadian Judicial Council. So there's a whole legal side to this, but that legal side is not going to matter if we don't get the movement going. Oh wow! I just had another idea. I don't know though. That might count as lobbying. If we made our mass task Fair World Spirit, if it targeted one nation, that's lobbying. You can't do that. So Fair World Spirit, which is where we're testing things now. We got One World Spirit going, New World Spirit going, and Fair World Spirit going now. We're testing Fair World. So we can do political protest, but it's only at the international level. We can't actually engage with nations because that could be considered foreign interference. So, and if they're helping me with One World Spirit within Canada, then we can't send out those messages to lobby the government anyway. So it's the legal structure that I made based off of universal logic is protecting me and everybody else. It's helping make decisions in the right wakefulness, aligning. So you're seeing it in action, even though it doesn't look like anything special. I have like my little sleeping bag. I'm down here with my little toque on and had a little soup earlier, simple soup. It doesn't look divine and infinitely powerful, but that's external appearance. If you knew me in the inner world, there's love there. People always use the word depth, right? There's a depth to this. There's layers of beingness, layers of knowing. Now is God's being in extension, or self-externality, I guess you would say, which is a fancy word for saying that off of you comes this object that reflects back to you what and who and when you are, and the wakefulness of yourself. So that reflection moment is you external, like it's you going out external to yourself, self externalize, not somebody else externalizing, you doing that. And that process is often fragmented because that connection between you and that projection or you and that world looks like it doesn't exist. It looks like you are separate from it and it is impinging upon you. And if you take that view, that's when the world happens to you instead of for you. You want the world to happen for you, which is a positive in the negative, which is what meaning, a deeper meaning is. All right. A little bit of a masterclass there. Hopefully that helps you master it so that you can come and send me your masterly insights, fellow Messiah, Maestro, Sage, and Luminary, and hopefully genuine absolute spirit soon. So I'm just externalizing my thoughts because these will start to get watched and it's starting to feel like it's worth putting it on the record a little bit more. But now I'm going to put it into this email and get this out because I want to respect people's time and not have them show up at the meeting tomorrow being like, why aren't we doing that? So I might let them do honorary blessings, but I'm planning it right now. This is actually this email is not just a notification now. Now it's a planning. It's a planning to the next email. I'm making a syllogism basically is what's happening now. And I'm hungry again, which means my stomach is settling. I could try to have some noodles now. Nah. I don't want to risk getting sick. That sick feeling. Okay. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. 30. What? That can't be right.
Against this war is that they do not want their children fighting a foreign war and coming back home in body bags. Rightfully so, but this point is going to become moot very soon. It's going to become irrelevant very soon. Because if you've been following the beef between the Department of War and the Pentagon and AI companies, you understand that the Department of War does not plan to use real bodies, to use real eyes to fight this war. The Department of War is basically extorting Anthropic CEO and that company because Anthropic refused to use Claude, its AI technology, for mass surveillance of Americans and for fully automizing weaponry in this war. So we are honestly living in a dystopia that we could not even have imagined. It's worse than what we would have imagined. And us anti-AI activists who have been speaking out against this when OpenAI first came out, its mission statement was that it was going to be humane, it was not going to be encumbered by financial benefits or financial gain. And that company has been moving straight further and further away from that mission. And right now, it has accepted the deal with the Pentagon to do exactly what I just said, fully autonomous weaponry for this war. So us who are saying that Americans don't want their children to come back home in body bags, they're thought 10 steps ahead. It is worse than we could have imagined. And I'm not saying this to be a doomsday evangelist or anything. I'm just saying that we have to pay attention and where you can remove these companies, where you can do without them, please do so.
Okay, it is really hard for me to keep up with everything. We have a real chance to create global critical mass now, and we're working with people in the government that are holding a conference. We're holding a conference called the Last Conference of Humanity. That's going to bridge into a three-part conference to save humanity. So yeah, I'm glad you're starting to wake up, my friend, because it's even worse than she's thinking, and she's pretty deep. But once you experience the depth of what is at risk right now, this is humanity's last stand, and you're still going to your jobs, right? And I mean that in a plural sense, but you too have sort of partially broken free, but you should have been here helping like 2 years ago. But the evil spirit, like you're gripped, man. Even though externally you look like you're a good Muslim, you're not. There's something missing. There's something missing, my friend. Words to action, action to words. And as I've gotten to know Islam a lot, I had a mass exodus of Muslims. Like 10 of them left me to die when they found out I was claiming to be the Messiah, and we actually figured out how to make it work. And the Mufti signed it, as I told you. So we're ready to rock and roll, and you can see why I didn't wait for you. You guys were lost. There's no way to reach you. You're dead. You're choosing deadness. Even in all your fragmented forms of religion and worship and all that, that was for you. That was for you. Now you gotta get that into real life and start risking things. Okay? You gotta get real. A real enlightened person, a real Messiah can recognize what's really going on in you. Okay? But it's up to you. You have free will. I'm gonna still try and save you anyway because we got a good thing going, and that's why I don't want to spend too many hours. We have I have dozens of people to talk to right now who want to do something, and we figured out how to pay them. Some people get paid, some people don't. Like we're figuring it all out. There's still a lot to figure out, but I'm doing it, man. And if you don't want to join me still, and you're still stuck, I'll pray for you. I don't know how much longer you're gonna wait, but you're gonna wait yourself to death. Actually, worse than death. So, but not on my watch. So, would love your help as always. I've known you since young that you had something great in you, but I can't do it for you, man. And I think you've been training for this moment. That's what all the reading was for. That was all the contemplation. That was you putting in the time. But now we got to put in the action. And I'm right here, man. So if you want to learn, great. If you want to start your own thing, great. Just get going. All right? And let's just keep touching base. Okay. All right, my friend. And if you want to help me with this meeting on Thursday, we're literally, if it works well, if it takes off, we can get to 300 people next. And we need to start fundraising because the poor who are coming, they need to get at least a little bit of support. All right, peace and love. Peace, peace, peace. Inshallah. Ooh, stomach. Oh yeah, that peanut butter is coming back up. That's what I'm talking about. You can get the food down, but you might not be able to keep it down. So I came close to the level. Oh my gosh. I'm trapped on this phone. It's too tight. I have like no room in my phone. It's not done uploading. Interesting. They blocked my one video. Very, very fun. Interesting. My Instagram video got like 31 views, and all the videos around it got 600. Okay. I'm going to a bathroom break and I'm going to eat something. My guts are sore. Maybe I shouldn't actually. I'm glad I took that enzyme. That'll speed it up to 20%. Turn off low power mode in battery settings. Won't do it. Come on. Oh man, what is happening here? Oh, John, I didn't see your messages. There's a lot going on right now. I get to eat. I'm so happy. Like inside, like, you can't eat yet, and then I'm like, wait a second, you actually can. Okay, then that's what I'm going to do. That's what happens to me because I have such a strong focus at the moment that nothing can change that without absolutely good and loving, caring, fortified reason. Come on, think. There's a lot happening, which is beautiful and wonderful. Oh yeah, still digesting. Maybe I shouldn't eat yet. Hmm. Well, at least about. Oh, here's John. Okay, John, that might be you watching right now. So I like, how do I see when you let the comments? Like, this is awesome. Good news. Awesome. Love to see many high spirits. Me too. Okay, now I am hungry, looking for all that food. I am waiting to go on lunch break. Yeah, like, why are you still going to your job? You know, I still appreciate it though. If it's paying and helping you to get off, get us in the right direction, I'm not gonna knock it. Sounds like you are doing your best. I don't have funding yet to get us all going. But yeah, I'm pretty impressed with the food too. And all the stuff that I bought was all ethical, and it was really expensive, really expensive. So I'm designing an email. It's my brother's birthday today, so I was talking with him a little bit. That's something I don't want to let go of. My half brother, but still someone I love dearly. So, and I got to call my nieces and nephews today. But you caught my short about Instagram. They're blocking that clip. It's being blocked right now, but it's out there. And I tagged Instacart. It's not. Did I say Instagram? Yeah, Instacart. So they saw it, and they haven't replied to me. But this email is turning out to be a push for the Spirit ELM. I was not going to push for it, but my intuition changed. It's saying we got to push for it. And if we miss it, we'll still get about halfway, maybe. But if we actually have it, I have to make it very clear that we're not paying training rate the same way because we're just spending too much money training people to do Google Docs, like I told you. So that epiphany had to come first, so that when we have the big meeting, like if everybody did their roles right, John, in a Spirit ELM, that's wait a second, hold on. Yeah, that's only. Oh yeah, that's $200 an hour. So if we go for 3 hours, that's $600. And I just realized actually, if we only do an hour, oh, that's gonna work. I was gonna say all the money you gave is gone by like Thursday. That's why I was asking if you can give anything else that I can pay people to keep coming, or at least get the hard course on board and see who will volunteer and who needs to get paid. Um, but I just realized that 600 that I thought we would spend is actually for 3 hours, not just for one. So if we only did 1 hour and compress 3 hours into 1 hour, then we could still do 3 meetings and test drive it. And like it's always when you're doing agile development in startup communities, you always want to build a minimum viable product and not do the big build out because you never know how the dialectic is going to interact with it, right? So I don't want to do a big 3 hour. I'm willing to do 3 hour godlies because we have enough right now bandwidth to do multiple meetings to get better. But I feel like we learned enough in the first one to start doing the next one. So I'm going to postpone tomorrow, and we're going to go for like I woke up. We're going to go for gold basically. I woke up this morning, and one of the guys said he wants to bring 6 professionals on board. And I've had people say they're going to bring people on board already, lots of times. They're like, I like this. I want to do more. Of course you would. The job you have at your corporation sucks. They don't treat you like a human, right? But this guy told me he's bringing professionals, like people who already have Google Meet, Google Spreadsheet, all these skills. And that's where we want to start putting dollars. Because they also have connections that can start to get the 6 degrees of separation going. And somebody will eventually know somebody who has a pool of money that is just waiting to spend it, and they're going to send it here. We just need to get that happening in the next 3 meetings, which I think is possible, especially since I'm living. I'm alive. I get to eat for a week or 2. So we can probably have 2 more. If we do 1 a week, we have 2 more. And then the third one is where I'll probably be starving again, or starting to starve. And then we have to make like 3,600 blessings. But I think if I do 1 hour of spirit, that is... I calculated the blessing. I think it is like 3,000 blessings actually, almost. So you're leaving your job. Okay. My job is a means to an end. Hold on. If you can hold out until Thursday, I can send some money. Oh, you good man. Okay. This is godly. Like, we're literally holding on by a literal thread. Well, my best friend sent me a link. I've been sort of on tense terms with him because he should have came and helped. He hasn't helped with my hunger strike yet. I could have died already. Like, where the hell was he? And he finally woke up and sent me a link. He's like, we're in a dystopia. I said, yeah, you're about to die in the next couple of months if we're lucky, 1.5 to 2 years from now. Yeah, this is it. So if the old superheroes are getting activated, things are going to go very, 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 very fast. So yes, if you can just keep us going for these next meetings, like my intuition is saying the next 1.5, 2 months, everybody's going to wake up and they're going to be looking for an answer, and we're going to have that answer. And it's going to be chaotic if our structure is not aligned with the structure of pure wisdom. So yes, I can make it till Thursday. I'm going to be eating for like the next week because this is the longest I've ever gone on this hunger strike. Like, I almost puked earlier. I got to be very, very careful. So I'm going to give myself a full week and then maybe another week maximum to get another meal down. We'll see how I feel. Because this is new territory. Like, I've gone 28 days before when I was fully recovered first. But I've never done a 28-dayer when I was already weak. Like, I'm losing my hair, as you can tell, right? Like, it's serious, you know? That's why you can see that split in the middle of my head. I don't have balding. That's because I'm literally going weeks without nutrition and my hair follicles are going dormant. So yes, Thursday, what day is it? Yeah, Thursday is the big meeting. So that's perfect. And we have enough now. We have 200 to pay for this, to pay who actually did the rolls. And I'm going to actually get more hardcore about it because another investor brought up to me, or a gifter, he brought up to me that he said, they're not really doing the task properly. And I said, you're right. But we're still learning, right? So that's the big thing, is if you're not learning and you're not doing them right, then you're stagnating. You're in the bad infinite. But as long as we're learning in the freshness of the moment, that's where we're getting to the genuine infinite of the universal logic. And that's where you change the world. So now that I am not, what's this? If you can hold out until Thursday, I can send someone. Okay. So now that I am not, I wish I could leave little emojis on your post, but I can't. Can I? I can't. There's a community function on YouTube that I might start utilizing if these chats start getting really big on the stream. Because people will start coming in here and they'll just say, how can we help? And somebody will be just watching my stream and they'll just start picking up people. You know what I mean? Like, it'll have to be like a Tony Robbins kind of thing. And we'll have to put them in wisdom teams, get them trained on the core, and get them on board to God's government through refugee status and then permanent residency, then true citizenship. And that will solve the fragmentation in the mind, right? And get people going on fast so they can get in control of their bodies again. But what are you saying here? So now that I am not tied to a headset, I can ask what is up with Instacart. Oh, okay. I'm forced to use it right now, and it was such an extreme experience. Like on the outside, like, oh, you're just using an app on your phone. But the way that my mind works, I was seeing through the simplicity of the design. And what I was seeing was like looking into the eyeballs of the AI and the algorithm that they're using to basically enslave me. And they did. They enslaved me on that app. That's why I bought $400 of groceries and got nothing for it. And it was all like delivered wrong and it's smashed and it's tiny and anything that is actually edible is not organic. Like all the biggest items are all like what I don't want. And like the avocados that I wanted didn't even make it. So all that happened despite me resisting and playing chess with this thing to my best ability yesterday. And yeah, I was sleep deprived or whatever. But, and if I was playing, like, anyway, there's more to say about my strategy there. But the result confirmed that we're almost in the worst case scenario. Like, the only thing that could get much worse is it would just outright jump out of the app and just start murdering people. That's not exactly true. We're not in the worst case scenario that way, but we're in the worst case scenario in that it's invisible. The enemy that you cannot see is the enemy that you can't sublate. Like, you can't even sublate with them because you don't know they're there. Most people want to attack their enemy, but we're too wise for that, right? We need to sublate them. So we have to start sending out the signals ahead of time. So Instacart was a wake-up call that the largest hedge funds in the world are not slowing down. They're actually already employing it, and it's like they're like losing control, and they're apologizing to me, and they're in double binds. Like what it confirmed to me is that they're in double. It's so bad they're in double binds. So it also means that buying meals on the app, I'm just gonna have to call in. Like if I need an item for real, like this water jug, I'm gonna have to call the actual like store and be like, is this item actually there? And then get them to put it to the side and make a down payment or something on it. Because I spent all that money and I don't have the items that I need. So, and it keeps happening. It's not like it's a one-off thing, and they're placating me. So, and they took a lot of the money. I was planning to spend $200, and they like somehow doubled that. And in the app, it wasn't $200 for the food. I kept it below that. They tacked on $20 fee here. They just did a whole bunch of crazy stuff. So what I'm saying is I'm sounding the alarm to be very careful. It's already starting to manipulate things like invisibly. It started about a month and a half ago. Like I really felt an uptick, which is why I also drug on the hunger strike. Like the eating phase went on for like a month, and that was not supposed to happen. Like in divine terms, it was supposed to happen. But in terms of my strategic planning, I was planning for 2 weeks, like this, like we're doing now. But this time I'm prepared mentally, and we can go a little bit further depending on how my stomach is. Like I've said, you know, last time though I didn't go 28 days. Last time I think I went 19 days, which is still bad. But so I'm sending out the warning bells that these apps are not what you think they are, and we need to get our butts in gear. Okay. So yes, any help at all, it's happening. It's a means to an end, yeah, man. I know the feeling. I worked in the oil patch for 8 years. I couldn't get out. The way that I got out was through ice road trucking, and like you know, I wouldn't mind getting back into it. I like doing it. It's just that I like having a job. I don't like having slavery, and it's now slavery. Okay, and I'm not a slave. Neither are you. So that's why I chose this path instead. Well, it chose me. I chose it. Same difference. Providence. I'm going to bring it out of you too. So follow your wisdom. I'll be here, as you know. If I send something now, it may be a few weeks before I can send more. I am building a war chest. Try and send it all in a big sum, like whatever you can send bigger, because then I can take it out quickly. Because they're trying to shut my bank accounts down, and I'm actually going to go and start one. There's another one that I was supposed to start. I'm going to go and do that tomorrow when I go to the courthouse, because I have to commission. They blocked me from emailing the courthouse, so I have to go and commission the question personally. And luckily I'm eating, so it's not as dangerous. But it's, you know. But yes, try not to wait longer than Thursday, because if I start paying, it'll it's getting extreme because now they got my university student loans, and I'm going to try to apply to Harvard here too to get my loans up. And there's a whole bunch of things I got to get done, starting with my taxes here too. So my taxes will probably take a little while to get through. And if your money carries us till then, that will help me cover some of the exploitation just happened with me on the app. Like the food, like the onions, I'll be done in like that was supposed to be a big sack of onions. That was supposed to last me 2 weeks. It's a little bundle of onions like this. It's like 6 onions and divided into 18. So the food's not gonna last a long time, and I'm gonna call the ethical store and be like, this is insane. And they're probably gonna say, we're gonna go bankrupt. I'm like, yeah, I know. Can you help us? And they might be like, do you want to make a partnership? I said, yeah, we feed all these people that come as supporters and as Hungerstrikers. We'll bring you business and all this. And they're like, okay. And I said, do you want to expand globally and build like a kind of like government chain of this? And they're like, yeah, God's government. We'll work for them. We'll work with them, and then we'll just expand like crazy. I was worried about you the last one. Yeah, it was actually getting pretty long. That's actually why I also bought some of these groceries, is to make sure that I'm not missing any micronutrients or anything. And that's why I started growing my sprouts too, is because it's like the best way to get micronutrients into your body. If you don't have like E. coli on them. You know what? I can actually have, my stomach is a little too sensitive. I'm sitting here being like, I'm hungry, but I don't want to eat peanut butter. I don't want to eat anything substantial. I want to save my potatoes a little bit because one of the Peruvian dishes is a French fry dish. Lomo saltado. I'm so happy I chose Peru too. Or it chose me. So yeah, I was getting it's like 28 days is getting up there. But the fact that I was sitting up is kind of miraculous for me. Like, I'm not sure if I'm going, it's like we're all going to go psychotic. Your brain's going to get into this like crazy survival mode, and you're going to understand what our ancestors on the savannah had to do to survive lion attacks. But we'll be maintaining it. You have to be able to maintain it. And that's where like being grounded and having your emotions in check and watching yourself while you're watching the world, like an inner and outer eye at the same time. You have to be good at that or else you lose control. So, I could be going pretty psychotic, just like the rest of our species, and that's why I'm not sleeping as much. It could just be the calories, but before I was also like still getting tired. And, as I'm saying that, I do think that maybe I was being gassed by methane for my tub on all those hunger strikes because they're all quite long. So I might just be experiencing what my normal state is when I'm not being poisoned. You know what I mean? So that was a really big discovery. When I started running my tub and like filling up the P trap, it literally changed everything last week. So all that weakness might have actually been my immune system and not my actual hunger. But when I was outside on the ground, when I was doing that outside, I was really exhausted too. But I was on the ground, right, which is where all the exhaust stays when there's rush hour traffic. So I might have been getting gassed out there too. In fact, I was. It's choking. So that makes sense that I was feeling weak. I was getting like carbon dioxide poisoning at the same time. It's like literally not drinking water. Like that was like one of the hardest things I've ever done, was sitting there for 14 days not drinking water in a toxic environment. Like at night when there's no cars, like breathe. I would like put my head outside and just breathe all night. Rudy's saying here, if I sense it, yeah. Wow. Yes, I work for corporate America. Oh, okay, that makes sense. At the moment, and might join the van RV community before long at the rate of things. Marlena will love you. She'll absolutely love you. Yeah, well, you might be dead if you go. You might die in your van. In fact, I heard Jim Carrey say a funny story the other day. He's messing with people's heads with this whole clone thing, but he said when they had the missile crisis happen, he was in his car and he said, I don't want to die in my car. And for some reason, he said that was a very profound thought for him, that how absurd our societies are. But if you have anything to spare, this is the time to give it, because after this moment, it's not going to matter. So do what you can from corporate America. If you can get your boss to start donating to this, like anything, you know what I mean? If there's anybody else who has a good heart in that office, which I know what it's like, it's a weird environment for most offices, but you might be like in a lucky one, like The Office, the show. If you have a boss like that, you probably would be so drained, so you probably don't have that. But okay, yeah. I mean, it sounds like you're working honestly for it, so it's not dirty money. My other friend, I gotta get him on board. Okay, great. I'll count you in for latest Thursday. You can keep watching every day. You'll see me. Like if I don't, if I keep working at this rate, like 22 hours a day, and stay functional, I feel alert after 2 hours, which is not normal for me. And my eyes are not really burning that bad. Normally my eyes are burning, but it might have been the methane. Like, you know what I mean? So yeah, something is going on with me. It's pretty cool. It's not mania. I'm not manic. I don't have that going on, but it's if I can stay at this level, a lot is going to happen. So anyway, yes, and they're going to get more and more insane, those apps. You're right. I can't get out of here fast enough. Okay. Maybe you're there for a reason. Though. God puts people in places, or your subconscious even puts you in places if you're atheist for reasons. You got to find what those reasons are. There might be a hidden gem there. If we can get somebody else to get us to the next level, we just got to hold on to the old superhero gets on board. Like, my old friends, like they're very powerful, very good-hearted, very wealthy. This won't be a problem, but they want their money to be spent. We have to tell them how the money will be spent, basically, because we only get one shot at this. If they're going to give a lot, and we actually do only have one shot. We have to pull up this conference. So the meetings right now are training people on how to be actually trained for the real, like, exchange of ideas in the first conference. The first one is going to be called the Last Conference of Humanity. And in the notion, and the way the universal logic works, the first notion, the first element, is about it's about commonsensical, like it's about hegemony. It's like the ideas that you're within, immersed, that you're not aware that you are, right? It's the implicit beingness of what needs to become self-external, right? It's the thing that you need to reflect, to see as an object of yourself, to learn thyself. That's how it works. So the first conference has to be that for a lot of people who haven't woken up yet. And then once they start to wake up, it'll start to turn into a volatile process as all this fragmentation and trauma comes out of people. And they learn the story that they think they were is not the full story. Right? And then that's when people who are ready to go, people will be moving at different rates. We have to have sort of like people, like, not, I don't know what lanes, but streams, so that the rate that people are moving in flow state, they get to the next conference when they're stable enough to get there. Psychological safety. Because as you start to lose reality, you start to go pretty psychotic terror. And then people start doing irrational things because they're clinging. When you cling, it's like swimming. If you crash too much, you'll like lose surface tension, and then you'll just sink. It'll be harder. You'll be burning more energy. But if you sit there and feel it, it's way more efficient, increases your chances. So there's going to be a second conference, which we'll call like the conference. The one is like the Last Conference of Humanity. The next one will be the Twin Towers of Humanity, the Conference of the Twin Towers or something. And then the third one will be the Conference of Spirit, or something like that. Conference of Wisdom. The Battle of Wisdom could be the second one. The Conference of the Battle of Wisdom. The Conference of the Two Towers of Wisdom, or something. Keep it positive. Something like that. Because that's where a conference is tangible, but it's really just another big ELM, right? And then it's going to be a worldwide conference that's going to turn into an idea generation. And that idea generation is going to materialize through the realization process. And they're going to actualize into, guess what? God's government. And then we're going to regulate everything and align it all with universal logic. And then we're safe. So Joe's inviting a bunch of people. And if my superhero friends come on board, we can get this done probably by the end of the month. Maybe next month. And that's what my intuition is saying is the real timeline that we're on. We have to work at some pace like that. Okay, so if there's anything, as I'm speaking to the spirit in you, if there's anything, like if you're getting ideas, visions, anything, heart palpitations, anything that's happening in your body and mind that's being triggered by my words, follow that, or follow where that lead and see what you're supposed to learn, and then come back and be like, okay, what are you supposed to do? And then we'll dance and we'll figure out like what are we gonna do. So, okay, let me get back to the emails. I love touching base. I'm blabbing a lot. Like my abdomen is tired and sore, but I have this I'm careful. I'm trying not to use language that a psychiatrist would pathologize if they're watching this right now, because they don't understand this interconnection. It's an abundance, right? Not an out of control abundance. I am not disordered or disorganized in any way, shape, or form. I'm just experiencing joy. Okay? Psychiatrists out there. And I'm going to channel that joy into a productive direction for all of us. Not abstract profit direction, concrete profit direction of fulfillment. Not just filling. So pay attention to your surroundings and think of opportunities. Like, money is a bit of a bottleneck because all these people that we're hiring are all, but I gotta pump up the volunteer ad and then get more volunteers in here. But I think that if each person brings 6 more people, we won't need the ads anymore. It was just to get this batch going, and then we're good. But if this batch fails, which it doesn't look like it is, I gotta make a payment to some of them. Some of them did do okay. Like, I think 8 of them, did okay out of 49. So ratio's not that great, but that's because our training tools can improve as well. That's us taking responsibility in internal locus of control and wisdom. So that's sort of the strategic direction, moving from vision, strategy to now tactics and implementation, actualization. And then we also got the military side sort of brewing too, which is really important. The military represents the limit of humans' relationship with the unknown. And we just treat ourselves as the unknown, but it's actually the dialectic. So we have to get our ducks in a row for that. And luckily I have the sort of conceptualized legal structure laid out. So we can just start plugging in, the Chinese Communist Party, NATO, all of these alliances can start building the ultimate alliance, and the fragmentations between them will solve through the ideological tensions that they didn't sublate. Again, and hopefully by that point, somebody at the United Nations from their narrative unity group comes and says, how did you do that? And we're going to be like, probably about 1,000 meetings between now and last year, and 75,000 hours of studying the nature of reality, culminating in 133 of the greatest minds of history, including Hegel, Jesus, Buddha, Neoplatonists, Aristotle, all of them. Okay, do you have any ideas? Is anything coming to you, or should I get back to the? I'm like, Irene is waiting for me. She's like the best one so far, so I want to keep her. And I'm going to ask her to bring on 6 people and help me get to the 108 by Thursday. So that means we have to triple our numbers by Thursday. And I think we still have probably a good 20 people who are still interested after the last meeting. I haven't even checked the messages. Like, I just haven't had time. Okay. All right. Bathroom break. We're going to have some cucumbers. And then we're going to send a message to Irene and there's 2 more things I got to do. Oh, taxes. That's right. Get that out of the way before it starts getting crazy. Okay. John, a blessing as always. Good luck in the office. Yeah, I get to eat. Thanks to you. Okay. And you know what? I think I'm going to try and keep the YouTube stream on this computer so that I can see if your messages are there, because when it goes behind the scenes, I can't see them. I caught it out the corner of my eye on a tab. Like when I was scrolling past the tab, it popped up and I saw blue. And so I thought, I better message you. You like it so far? Yeah. It's actually, I'm kind of blown away. It's divinely inspired. Like it's universal. It's God's being. Or if you want to call it pure science. But, or it's bringing out the Ubermensch, if you like Nietzsche. But I appreciate that. I liked your comments too. So, and it's very interesting that somebody in corporate America is. I know one other guy in corporate America, and I'm wondering if you're the same guy. But you don't. Behind the scenes, if that's your real name, you're not the same guy. So we got to figure out who that guy was. I met him on Twitch, actually. So, okay. Let's eat. Enjoy the office. And yeah, I'm going to try and transfer that onto that computer when I get back. And then I'll be able to respond to you sooner. And I'm also checking the emails too. Not that they're always sending; they're being blocked. Okay. Nice little reset. Okay. Cucumber, onion, cabbage. We have cabbage. Oh my gosh, though. Cabbage is, ooh, that's dicey. Cabbage is a little dicey, you guys. We're gonna try one piece. We're gonna try a couple pieces of cabbage, and we're gonna take green cabbage first because green cabbage is way easier on the digestive system. Look at this. That is a tiny cabbage. This cabbage costs 3 times more than a regular cabbage, and it's smaller than my hand. This is not worth $12 of cabbage, even if it's organic. So I'm gonna go research the company and I'm gonna start calling them. You guys can start bringing me up, and I can start going doing this. But you guys are donating. You're gifting to me. If you're giving to my personal GoFundMe, this is what I'm buying. I don't buy from almost anywhere else. And this, we have to figure out why good people are doing this. Like, why can't they fix the nitrogen? Like, they should have mastered growing techniques like they have done in Saskatchewan. So where is this coming from? Why is it so small? But small probably means potent and tasty. So there's good in everything. So let's not complain about everything. Let's acknowledge the negative and dwell in the solution to the sublative positive. Not toxic positivity, real. Okay? We're going to take 5 minutes to do this and then send the email to Irene because she's waiting. And my mouth is getting dry, so we need moisture up, you guys. Okay, that is your full name. Okay, good, good. Yeah, then you're not the same as the other guy. Because you never met me before, right? Simple pleasures, man. Simple pleasures. Need plate. Not cut myself. Cooking in my pajamas. Okay, yeah. If we found that other guy, probably could get corporate America. Well, I thought my top 100 article would open the door, but I think they got cold feet or something. The Christians couldn't handle it. Not yet. They're coming. I can sense they're still coming, but the other guy's name is like Giga something. Giganet? Gigabot? Gigabyte? It's not Giga Chat. I'm gonna save half this semi-rotting cucumber for another cucumber dish because, like, look how small that is. Like, that's like, you buy a big cucumber, you can, make 4 like cucumber dishes with it. So, and this one's like all bench, but beggars can't be choosers, and it's better than starving. Trust me. Okay, so we're gonna spread this. Then, right, you're cutting into half moon, so it makes it look like it's more than it is. These are secrets of the poverty trap to trick your mind to think you're getting more than you have. I am from home, so I am in the PJs. Okay, good. Living the life. We're lucky. Now I'm really curious what you do. But these little pleasures that I take breaks to do, they're like dopamine resets for me because when I'm grinding like this, you're not meant to do this all the time. Like, this is a modern human thing. So I take care of my animal stuff a little bit by eating. I have music going in the background, constantly getting my dopamine hits, remembering like old songs too that bring back memories, and then that gives me a bunch of associative positivity, and then eating properly now, no preservatives, all the food that I bought, it really is ethical. You saw the price that I paid for it. That'll get my serotonin up. These onions are so bland. They're like not making me cry at all. But another set that I had, I couldn't even see. It was so bad. This is perfect for starting off. Perfect for starting off. That's why my complaint is actually a relief. Okay, it's 2:40, you guys. Most of the day's already gotten done, and I haven't done my main task. I have to get the main task done because the meeting is literally tomorrow. Okay, so we got the cucumbers and the onions. So instead of peeling this like I normally do, the layers are so thin it'll be more like gross papery. So I'm going to start cutting it from the oblong side here. I'm going to take a picture first. So if I do the Instagram thing or Instacart thing, you know that I'm not exaggerating, that this thing really is small. And they might say, well, you chose to buy it. And I'll be like, no, I chose to buy for real cabbage. That's ethical. Okay, my phone is full, so we're not gonna have a whole lot. Test the waters here. I have kimchi too. which I was gonna make, but it's. I'm gonna wash this a little bit, and then put in some vinegar, and then there's some of it. We're gonna wash all of them, but I'm just gonna get any dirt flakes or anything. I like mine chunky. I love my cabbage chunkier. Maybe something I learned from my baba. Okay, on my Ukrainian Irish side or my Ukrainian Polish side. That's all we're gonna do. That's plenty of fiber. And, well, there's not a lot of fiber in cabbage, I don't think. One of them is low in fiber. That's why I always eat it first. And I used to have avocados, but avocados have turned out to be, of course, very high fats, obviously, but that's part of my gallbladder. So. Prep is done. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Now, we're using white vinegar, which is not great. It's got microplastics in it. But good enough to wash with. And turns out vinegar is not the best washer either, but it kills bacteria and it flavors at the same time. Okay, phone is almost charged. Alright. I'll pull you up on this computer. You're done finally. I don't go back until Wednesday. Okay. Well, I wonder what you feel inclined to do. Oh, I'm signed into the other account. Oh no. Okay. I'm done planning to go back until Wednesday. What do you like to do? Which floral? I don't know if you actually filled out any of the forms that I, or if I sent you the form. I should actually put the form in the chat. I don't think I can have two pins though. It only makes me do one pin. I guess I could have a document there and then have the links in the Google Doc, which I might do. I just wanted to get the viewer numbers up on the Proof of Truth and just showing people that it's being watched. I actually added on LinkedIn like 30 people from Harvard or something, and I think 10 of them or 15 of them actually added me thanks to the Top 100 Innovator news article. I think it's enough. It's enough status clout. It's enough vanity to turn into virtue. Considering I did this my whole life without getting paid or any accolades at all, I just wanted to learn why the heck the problem was so bad, and I found it. So if you want to do stuff in your spare time, I just don't. If you're already struggling and you're trying to get out of there, you should probably use your free time to like get somewhere that if it does take off, you can stay in a van stable with like Starlink or something, which does work well. Like I could get it running right now, but I don't. You know what? I did say I was going to try and put it on the roof when I had energy. So maybe a week from now, I might try and get up there if I have a ladder. Okay, so we're going to rinse off our. I'll let this sit here for a minute. And there is like mundane stuff, unless you want to do AI prompt, like, you know, it's actual work. It's not the sexy stuff. It's the stuff nobody wants to do behind the scenes. Like the 80-20 rule. I have to like go through all the boring Facebook leads and like message each person and send them the form, and then go through the form and like sort and I'm writing Google Apps scripts like crazy now. So I'm trying to write a script, like a script prompt to just get it to go through everything. And as AI is getting smarter, it will eventually. Like we're not going to spend a lot of time perfecting it because in like a couple of months, AI is going to be so smart, we'll just be able to tell it to do it, and then it'll do it. Elon just opened up a 2 million context window for free accounts, or at least his paid accounts. Like it's, you know, like that's big enough to start doing serious things, like coding wise. And now I have continuous agents on top of that, so it's double whammy, which Manus is pioneering. But I'm curious, whatever you do in corporate finance, if you can do it with God's government here and help build up the cutting edge bleeding systems and say what you hate about that system and then just fix it in this one, and then we'll just fundraise like nuts. It'll be millions and trillions. It'll be a lot of money flowing. And it all has to be accountable. And like maybe the blockchain is the only thing fast enough, but blockchain will probably, the write rate is too slow too, probably. Unless you can populate. It's been a while since I looked into it, since I wrote Selenium. I wrote my own coin actually. That was a long time. Anyway, I'll be watching. If you get inspired or you say you're supposed to do something or you have an idea or something, just let me know. And also, I guess too, if you are going to give any funds, it does take 5 days to get to me. If you give to the GoFundMe, I just realized. So I'll just make sure not to promise anybody that they'll get paid right after the meeting, unless we have leftovers from what I got now, which we should if I tone down the advertising budget. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. Message Irene, start getting her recruiting for the 108 on Thursday, because we only have like 4 days. Postpone tomorrow's meeting. Go and change the volunteer ad, pump that up, pump the other one down a little bit. Do my taxes, go over all the leads, or get maybe Irene to do that. Give her a couple of dollars to do that. And then I can start doing the legal work while all that is building in the background. Go to the courthouse, start the bank account. And then this way you guys can not give to my student loan, which is right, like, I gotta apply to Harvard too, actually. And if I get accepted to Harvard, which I think I might have missed the deadline for this year. Shoot. Oh well, if they accept my application, I can still give it to the government and say, look, I'm accepted. Stop taking out payments, for goodness sakes. Like, debt forgiveness. Like, AI is taking all the job. Just give that debt forgiveness. I've already paid 50 grand in student loans. My generation got screwed over. Okay, we're going to rinse off the vinegar here and hope any microplastics and whatever else. And then we're going to put a little bit of salt on and a little maybe apple cider vinegar. Just makes it a little bit. I'm not too sure I like the sweet yet. But we need to find white vinegar in a glass bottle, which is very hard to do. It's all in plastic. So if you know anywhere I can get a glass one, I looked up AI and it couldn't find it right away, but I'll probably do a deeper search later. So we're rinsing this too. We're rinsing off with filtered water. We're not using tap water. So we're just going to rinse that off. And I need a new bottle, as you guys can see, because I'm drinking tape, that looks like a little bit. And I don't know if tape has toluene or whatever. Okay, I am going to... I'm going to fill up my salt shaker here, so let's let this sit here and let it sweat. When you cut onions, you want to let them sit for 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, because there's a process that happens that makes it even better. It releases more of the nutrition, even though the nutrition's in there. But a herbalist said that to me. It makes you anticipate it, which gives a nice placebo effect, nonetheless. Gets your digestive juices and everything going. Okay, we're going to take a little picture of this too, just to keep things accountable for the show. And I'm going to fill this up. And this is iodinized salt, right? Good for the thyroid, especially if you've been starving like me. Blessing goes out to the hungry. We're coming to help you. We're coming. This is pure vegan. We're coming for the trillion animals that are also being cult sacrificed for no reason, even though our bodies are built for plants. Stop eating the animals. Don't drink their milk. That's a divine decree. Control yourself. You are out of your mind and out of your body when you're doing that. You are not in an ice age. You are not on the African savannah surviving with no food. You are in an abundant civilization that is eating itself. And we need to stop that, okay? All right. And start eating this delicious stuff. Oh my gosh. Our bodies have been weakened too. And it's still delicious. Okay, let's give it a taste test. Is it too salty? Is it not enough salt? Let's see. Get a little bit of everything in there. Don't call up the product, even though I love to you, CEO of McDonald's. I took the vow on abandonment for you too, and you'll be a part of this. We can't make this massive vegan transition without you. We need 40,000 McDonald's restaurants to do this quick. All right. Bon appetit. Nam Shmida, or we have AI here, so. Oh, I see, John. You guys are fighting data centers. Okay. Be careful. People can kind of triangulate where you are if you're not. So what we're going to say for the next Cooking with M in Spain, or in Peru and Iran, in their honors, we're going to say in Farsi, in Spanish, Bueno Provecho, and also Nush Jan, Nushi Jan. Oh, Nush Jan. Yeah. Mm. Mm. Oh. After a month not eating, that is bliss. Okay. One of those onions is a real onion. Whoa. Mm. A touch more salt. Cabbage is actually a little soft, but it's good. You won't be able to stop them. So what you could try and do is go to the representatives and try and sublet with that representative to get us in contact with whichever of the big five it is. If it's Mark Zuckerberg, if it's Elon, if it's Bezos, if it's whatever one, try and make those connections and just start passing them the proof of truth, the structure of pure wisdom, saying, please get this to your boss. Please get this to your boss. Go with your mayor or your community rep in your area. Get them to go with you. And then escalate it to the mayor and get the mayor to do it. And then just keep escalating. Use it as an opportunity for sublation. Because if you're going to try and resist the data center, it's going to take forever. They're going to bring them, even if you had a modicum of success, they're going to bring in the military and crush you. Because it's a national security threat. Right? So it's not an effective strategy. I think it would be more effective to watch the factory, like walk around the factory and see where they're dumping, and make it an environmental issue. Of course, it's part of the Megacrisis, and then just keep sublating the guards at the door, and then and every time they ignore you, just up the political expression until it gets to Trump, and then eventually we're gonna get Trump to go in and say, hey, Elon, look at the damn paper by now, and and then get it done, and then they'll sublate, and then we'll all move people to the most beautiful cities in the country, or move the data centers to places in the desert or whatever. But if we have massive global cooperation, we can do this without a headache to the CEOs. Elon, Jeff Bezos, they will love us too. Everybody is saved by the Babylon abandonment, God's government. Everyone, including criminals. We're not going to set naive boundaries. We're not fools. We understand biology and trauma. But they're not going to be condemned anymore. And it's not just going to be an empty public health issue. No, you have free will. You have to condition yourself through discipline and a new way of life, which is universal logic. And no one's ever done this before, so it could work because you've never tried it. I don't care how many other therapies you've tried. This is the one. So if I could ask you to do that, to be more effective, and put me in touch with the guard or whoever's at the front gate or whatever, and I'll start talking to them. Because maybe I'm talking to you for that reason too, is that might be our way to get one of them to start aligning it with universal logic to save our lives. Oh, careful with your details unless you want people to know. That is a really good sign you're in Chicago. That's a really good sign. Because Chicago is one of the cities in my brain that says has to get on board with this in the beginning. And it's because they're CRISPR labs, I think. And also because Daniel Smachtenberger, the Science of Spirituality movement, and also the other guy that's running George Harrison's thing, I think. It's Maharishi. Yeah. What's his name? The quantum physics guy from What the Boot Do We Know? I want to meet him. Joe Dispenza. If we can get Joe Dispenza on this, that would be a big win for the New Age. And then we can get Marianne. If we can get Marianne, we're set. So yes, if you guys are the ones in Chicago, get your organizer or whoever it is, get me to talk to the guy in the front gate and just say, hey, I'm going to help you guys pull this off. We need these data centers or else we're going to lose to China. We just will. And guess what? I love China too, so we're just going to sublate them and make their AIs not fight each other, but get their AIs to align with universal logic. And once we get the Chinese on board with the Communist Party and we sublate capitalism, socialism, and communism ideologically, then we can start handing out the universal passports at the last conference of humanity and start getting people to know themselves, know thyself, and then gain real wisdom. Okay. Oh no, is there music playing on my? Can you hear my music? So John, if I can ask you to do that, if you don't have time because of your work or whatever, just find out who's the grassroots organizer. They're probably paid. That's all true. Like nobody has time to do that as a real activist. Like as a real grassroots activist with a job. That is your job. Somebody's getting paid somewhere. Unless they're like me, but that's rare. But I'm right on. Oh, good stuff, good stuff. You got wisdom! Yes! Ah, I see, that's right. Okay. That's kind of strange they want to build them in residential areas anyway. Like, what's the main win there? Low zoning permits or what? The quickness? Like, Trump is trying to save North America's life. And he's doing whatever it takes, right? And he's taking the hits, and not a lot of people want to take those hits. Obama didn't. But I think Obama was better in a different way. But if we can get Obama on this, if we can get the University of Chicago, there's something about that university. It's got the real mystique. There's something. If I can talk to a philosopher there, a professor of philosophy, and teach him universal logic, that's probably how we're going to get it into the biggest philosophy journal in the world. Once that happens, and I help him write it, or he helps me write it, whatever, it'll attract everybody in the world because nobody understands Hegel except for me. And once we teach the proof of truth on how to get the universal context, then we'll all start learning it, and then people will start aligning with the core, because the core is self-perpetuating. It's built out clear in its essence. So we can kind of do a Steve Jobs kind of design, universal design situation. So we can pay the energy costs through home taxes. Ah. Oh, the taxes that much higher in corporate energy? I don't know. It'd be really interesting to look at that. Oh yeah, they have to pay carbon taxes, right? That's where my excuse me. That's where my $200 is coming from next month. Is the carbon tax in Canada. But the universal logic actually makes the AIs potentially millions of times more efficient. Millions. So we might not need to expand data centers as quickly, especially if we can use universal diplomacy through favorable spirit with China and all the BRIC nations and the G7 and the G20 and everybody start to make agreements that they are going to regulate their AIs and have them do all the universal logic and get that performance boost. And the performance boost is what will solve the prisoner's dilemma. It'll get them to cooperate because they know it's working for them. They don't have to believe me. They're getting the advancement. So the concept proves itself. We just got to get them to listen. That's where we're at now. First they ignore you, then they fight you. No, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then you win. That's where we need to go. Forming, storming, norming, performing. People have had their energy bills triple, yeah. Well, the cost of living itself is triple. Right? So, yeah. This sounds like a really amazing opportunity. And I'm actually, well, no. I could drive from Alberta there. It's closer than New York. If I really had to go there, but I don't think I have to leave my house. I think we're going to pull this off in miraculous time with the flocks. It's just that one of the things that would be faster than the flocks is just getting the paper to them through their guards or whatever. So can you line that up? Like, if you're off work today, maybe tonight, tomorrow, before you go back to work, and ask one other employee to donate to the GoFundMe, maybe. My personal GoFundMe is okay, except Starlink is charging me $147 a month, which is insane for me. And the reason why I got it was because Grok told me there was an $8 like standby mode that I could use. I'm like, oh, $8 and I can still get 500 kilobytes. And I'll just turn my stream down to 300 kilobytes and then I can still host meetings and stuff like that. But if we can pay the Starlink bill, then we should all get on a big account and then get stable internet all around the world in Nigeria and make a deal with them and get the meetings, the conference all around the world. Like a big FIFA cup. Except for wisdom. The FIFA, the Viva la FIFA wisdom. Come on. What is that? Ricky, not Ricky Gervais. I'm thinking of South America. Wow, that's a blast from my childhood. I'm not catching it. Okay. Everyone you know would think I am crazy. I am the odd guy. I gotcha. You're very smart. You've learned. But as it gets weirder, right? They're going to get to this point where it's like, wow, truth is stranger than fiction. Let's talk to the weird guy. He's probably got the truth now. That could happen. Wow. That's so good. Usually in every office there's like another semi-weird guy that tries to play cool though, isn't there? Ooh, these onions are getting to me. I see progress being made, and yes, I am waiting for that. Which thing are you waiting for? You mean on like your guys' front in Chicago or here with me? Oh, at work. You mean at your work? Okay. I think you did say something about that. Okay, keep at it. That's kind of inspiring. I'm actually really excited now. If you can go to my oh, I got a message to Julian. We know a guy that's really high, like his family's really high level, lived in the really ritzy, like richest neighborhood, and I think residential neighborhood in like North America. I think they sold houses like mansions for a living. That's really incredible timing. I haven't heard from him in like 2 or 3 months, and he just messaged me yesterday, and I forgot to message him back because my phone I can't download Facebook on my phone. So he is a Hare Krishna, and he could probably go to that temple and start getting those guys activated on this. Like you guys got a lot of cool things in Chicago. Like even I think is Oprah still in Chicago or did she move out of there? Okay, you a guy everyone once they already are already. Remember, I am an empathic. Yeah, your progress. See, thank you. Do you know any psychics that might want to lend their powers? There was two that actually saw me, almost recognized me, um, but they wanted to stay back. You're rare because you're an empath that's getting into the fray. And that's a rare empath indeed. Well, you're male actually. No, you might be an INFJ personality type. Okay. I'm getting a better picture of you, Mr. John Smith. That's very good news. It's getting better, but it'll be 2 steps forward, 1 step back the whole way, at least for the next little bit. So you're gonna like my mom probably. If you get that far. Thank you guys for this. Thank you, John, for this. Wait, did a psychic send you? Or you just saw me and then went to the psychic and said, yeah, let's get her going. Wow, that's a really good sign. This is really interesting to me. I probably shouldn't keep Irene waiting too long. And I probably should send this note so quick, but yeah, are you going to the protest site or do you stay home? If there's a actually let me look it up. The positive energy, watching out. It helps on all dimensions, right? Oh yeah. Okay. If you stay away from big crowds, it's because they're overwhelming, even when for non-empaths. Oh, dream like. Oh. Do you have friends? Okay, that's so incredible. An empath in corporate America. You know, make sure you go to the sauna once in a while, decompress. I don't know if you have a sauna in your house. But actually, let me follow my intuition and touch base with Julian. and see if he's in Chicago. Not that not that you guys need to connect or anything. It's just I take these as signs to say, hey, there might be something brewing over there. Hmm. It is rough. Yeah, I literally typed this. Somebody in my family just died. I went to open up Facebook to go and message Julian here. And I just found out a family member. That is why I want to get out. I work in customer care so I can help there. Ah, got you. That's probably why you're good at managing energies. And you can actually, it separates you enough. Hmm. Very cool, Johnson. Okay, that onion was hot. Wow. Whoa. Okay. All right, that was good. Yeah, thank you for your well wishes. Just lost like 3 people, but they want us to continue. They want it now that they see what's going on. They would want us to continue, and we will. Full steam ahead. 10 out of 10 spirit. I don't know if I have room to tap on messenger. I know quite a few empaths, but a lot of them can't handle working on an issue like this, right? They turn away, but we need them. Cabbage is great for collagen. Good for your joints, especially when you've been starving. You start to replenish skin, joints, hair. Cabbage is a poor man's food, but the reason why they give it is because it gives you a lot. for cheap. Unless you buy these organic ones for like $12. Yeah, I'm looking up Chicago, and they're not saying anything about the data center on the news, John. But if you can drive, I know you don't want to go to the site, but if you can search around, if you got good internet skills. My intuition is saying we need to find out who's running the resistance there, or if we can somehow approach the data center and get let in and talk to the leadership there. Somebody at University of Chicago is probably helping. Oh, dang it. Somebody's probably helping because they're probably doing huge research off of that. Oh, it says, Chicago's South Loop shrouded in mystery. Yorkville City Council. Project Cardinal and Project Steel, what's that? As a trucker, when they do these massive projects and they don't tell you what's really going on, you just go there and you do the job. And they keep you in the dark because they don't want you stealing or, that's what happened to us in the diamond mines. Except everybody knew it was a diamond mine because of the show and all that. But they try and tell you as little as possible. Just go here, go here, go here, go here. Don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. That's not your business. It's like locked down in those diamond mine camps. One of my best memories was being in the dining room of one of the camps with all the workers there. And the staff were so nice to the truckers. They integrated us like we belonged there. It was one of the most beautiful things because of the way the cafeteria is set up. You can see out these big windows. It was really how everybody should live in this beautiful, integrated way. But there's a lot of privilege in that room. Like almost everybody's probably the son of somebody, And the mines are run by the Gochuche or Gochuche. Not Gochujang. That's South Korea's hot fermented bean sauce. Gochujang. But oh wow, the tribes up there. Anyway, wow. There's a caddy. Like I know the places, but the tribes. There's 3 big tribes up there. The Gochuche. Anyway, I love indigenous culture up there too. It's so beautiful. So, okay, I see what you're going through here. 20 billion. If you want to go on a research project, the University of Chicago is tied to this guaranteed. There's no way somebody could probably coordinate something this big without professionals there who are doing all the data science and doing all the linking. So it's a worthy spot to try and get us to get the proposal. They're going to build it no matter what. Our goal is just to align it. That's it. Just to get ideas. These words that look like little things on the page are actually eternal. It's the only real thing. Everything else is conducive to those words. Right? So we look like, hey, do you just want to give us a little paper? No, we're actually doing the real work. Everybody else is floundering around in fragmented form trying to win power struggles. So if you can use your empathic tuition, your customer service to find the right person, call the university and work your way up. That's the kind of skills God gave you. This is the time to use them to the maximum because after this, we might not get a chance to do it. Okay? That's my blessing to you. Okay, now to Irene. Very cool. Very cool. Was not expecting to learn this today, John. You are a godsend, my friend. Cheers. John, one more thing. Do you like Google doesn't have its headquarters in Chicago, does it? You're kidding me. Yeah, of course, Googleplex. Yeah, California, exactly. I always get Steve Jobs and Google. Okay, if you have one of their main buildings there, yeah, if you can get us to Google, it doesn't matter. Whichever AI company will listen to us first, it makes them good no matter what. Instead of their slogan, do no evil, it's more like, you are the wisdom to do good. Like, it's like direct like that. You know how to, you know what the unwise look. It's not like you're forced to. You're not God's being. God by necessity is perfect, knowing wisdom. But you can still know what it is not. And God does that as a reflection of us. And then we have a remembrance through God, as God is what we are. So that's how we're going to upgrade this slogan. So it doesn't really matter. Like any company, we can still label. Man, please send me some updates in a couple of hours. Like just work. I'm going to be working my buns off here. If you've been watching me, I don't move. Like I'm very disciplined. I'll get up to use the washroom. That's my break. Come back. I just go, right? I just go. As long as I got my music, that really helps me. So let's get wired in. We got a direction now, John. You probably have other things to do today too, so obviously, but I do think that this is a priority because none of those things are going to matter if we're dead, right? And the Instagram was another wake-up call that it's coming. If we would have got started back in 2021, we'd be so much further than we are right now, but things happen. Well, beggars can't be choosers, and things happen for a reason. Delish, thanks so much. Oh. Okay, I'll be here, and you're on my screen now, so I'll see your messages right away. And we got email now too. Oh, this is the other comment. There was a spiritual empath woman psychic that messaged me from another really intense woman. I don't know if I should connect you guys, but if you could convince this woman to do what you're doing, like she can still stay behind the scenes a little bit, but get her active somehow. It feels like she's disconnected and she's running away. Not really running away, like it just feels like something more is there because her friend is hardcore and cool, and there's something there. I don't know what it is, but I don't know. I'll pass that by you, and I do kind of like it that you're behind the scenes a bit, but I thought it was weird that both empaths, like the psychic and you, both wanted to help, but behind the scenes. But she's not fighting any data centers. Just a thought. Even if you don't want to do it right now, let's just keep that in the back of our minds and see if it comes up again. Until then, I deleted TikTok and now I can actually open this. See what Julian is doing. We also have a former Marine who messaged me today saying he was gearing up too. So we have the full spectrum, like full empath, psychics over here, and like military, like Marines who train other Marines. Like this guy wasn't just a Marine; he trained other Marine people how to be Marines, and he goes to other Marines and trains them to be better Marines. But he had an encounter. He wasn't spiritually mature enough to handle what happened to him. You would probably be able to handle it, but it fragmented him a little bit. So a little bit unstable, but brilliant. Not just IQ, he does have a little bit of spiritual UQ. Okay, he hasn't responded yet, but let's see why he's messaging me.
8 reasons to avoid dairy to prevent and even reverse cancer. Number one, milk is the secretion of a female mammal, contains hormones.
Okay.
The most common cancers.
This is our hardcore vegan guy. Knows all the vegan facts. Okay, let's get to it, John. Those onions are making my nose run. So I take my words back. Not everything at the store is watered down. It's actually a good. It's Edmonton's most ethical store, I think. So, love to you guys, Amaranth. I really do like you. The app just is not shining you guys in a good light. It's like sending us to all the maximally expensive products that are broken. In fact, I should probably call them about this. First things first, stick to the default itinerary for today. Taxes and this. What I'll do is I'll send you that woman's link on email, and then you can look at her. And if you find something or pull, I don't know, just follow your intuition. You don't have to do. Yeah, Julian, good to hear from you. Glad you're safe and sound. Are you in the United States? We just heard about some interesting news in Chicago. We might have a wonderful empath guy over there who's um, tapped in, tuned in, but wants to stay behind the scenes. But the Hare Krishnas there are Marahishi's temples. They're the same with SOS. That's their headquarters. So I thought that might be a spiritual signal to touch base with you since you just came into my life and this just dropped in my lap. So I'm gonna say that God's pointing in that direction for some reason. Are you in Chicago? Do you know somebody in Chicago? Are we supposed to do something in Chicago about these data centers? I've been pushing the vegan message, as you know. It's now divine decree. It's in God's government. It's happening, and Silas has wanted to be a part of it too. Haven't touched base with him in a while though. But where are you at? What are you doing? And yeah, thanks for touching base. What are you doing Thursday? And what's happening in Chicago? What do you know? Okay. Stay blessed. Thanks for touching base. Peace. Okay, the vision's coming together. I can feel it. I gotta stop doing that. It's not a good signal to the hip. I'm still hungry. I should have ate that slowly. Just like picked at it while I was working. I am getting a little bit tired. That's a good sign. I'm gonna send out this email, and not only till like tomorrow, but start setting up the next meeting. Okay, let's do this. Oh, Nice. Good. So the reminder's not sent out, but the good news is that I got a very positive response from Irene, who wants to take on helping me behind the scenes message the hundreds of people, and she's going to also uh, tell me who she thinks we should pull on to help her to build the team. I'm going to train her, and she's going to train this little team. So she's open to that. Great. Oh, excuse me. So I'm going to put together a little training package too. Oh, okay. Gonna talk with family here in about an hour. Do not have my taxes done yet. I'm going to try and do that. And we only have like 3 days to basically, or how much should we got? We got all tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So we have 4 full days before the meeting. I'm gonna make every day count. Should I even do my taxes now? Is the question. If you run out of money, that's the only thing that I'm worried about. And if it takes them a while to do my taxes. Oh, my guts are sore. That's interesting. Okay. If we hit till April 30th, but I guess it's not urgent. I could change. I could pivot today. No, I gotta do court. Well, I could do the taxes later. The court will come next. I could fill the court. Yeah, the taxes in with this proposal for her to get her started, and then just spend time training her. And then after I get her going, I could try to do taxes. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm making broth because my stomach is now sore. Okay, great. We're getting cooking. Woohoo! Now, this is starting to go bad in the fridge. So we're gonna put this guy together. I actually really enjoyed the broth last time. Hmm. Mm. Good, good, good. Mm-hmm. Working, you guys. Even the vegan tips that I'm getting are great. Jeez, stop. That should be good. Um, we have such little cabbage. I feel like I can't even use it yet. So actually, we do have purple cabbage. It's like a little bit bigger, but normally they're you could eat it for like 2 weeks. Mm. It randomly restarted. Okay, this guy accepted me. Right. Mm. 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 I'm going to try and introduce lunches tomorrow and start scaling up my protein. My intestines are sore. Mm. Yeah. Oh. Ugh. Mm. I upgraded to a bowl. Are you all proud? Oh. Okay.
Like my mood. It's because I'm exhausted. I need to sleep a little bit.
Right. Oh man.
Huh.
Okay. Go. All right. Well, that was interesting. Wow. Whew. Man. Woo! This, I'm hungry. I'm uh I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Okay, we're almost done this focus. It's turning out okay. My tongue is burnt. Well, you know what? If I send this out even tonight, it's better than nothing. It's better than sending out what I was originally going to send. But boy, oh boy, did I ever just have a emotional little coming into things.
I'm still hungry, and I feel like I don't know. I think I do actually, but okay, good plan. Same plan we tried. I just, of course, feel like I'm starving.
system that will catch us when this system falls through. AI is poised to eviscerate the white-collar labor market, I would guess within the next 2 to 3 years. We need people to get over their denial of this fact. The sooner we can get over our denial of this fact, the sooner we can organize a prolonged general strike while we still have any power of labor. I was born and raised in Silicon Valley. I studied history at UC Berkeley. I worked as a product manager for my 20s. When ChatGPT came out in 2023, I was working at an AI startup. It was very clear to me where this was all going. I felt like a crazy person. About over the last 6 months, mainstream tech workers have finally realized what's about. It's really the tech workers realize how that they realize what's the tech labor market, and that there won't be anywhere for tech workers to go in the broader white-collar labor market, because that will follow suit behind. Adopting AI early will not save you. I'm so tired of people sounding like sales pitches talking about how adopting AI or being an early adopter of AI will somehow save you. At best, it will help pay your bills for maybe a couple years. And then what? Then you're going to be unemployed with no safety net, just like the rest of us. The only thing that will save you is tearing down the system. I'm so serious. I'm so serious. Because we need to get over our denial about there being anything salvageable about our current economic system. Practically speaking, what we need to be working on, what we need to be orienting our lives towards, are the parallel systems. In the immediate term, what that looks like is collecting food, water, whatever else you need to survive a lot to get this right. We saw how this worked in Minneapolis. There was a flashpoint, people struck. They were only able to strike for so long because they weren't prepared to do it for a long time. Next time, we need to be prepared to do it for at least 2 weeks, maybe months. Get your shit together so that you can survive maybe months without supply chains, because all of the workers are on strike. This is our best shot at taking back the system. And maybe not living through a mass human die-off in our lifetimes. Maybe. I'm just, you know.
I am hungry. And I want to eat something heavy, but I know if I try to eat something heavy, I'll feel sick. I'll try and do it right before bed, so when I wake up, I'll have all night to try and maybe digest it. How long has it been? Is it almost day 3 here? Almost day 3 eating. So I'm getting there, but my stomach is having a hard time eating with Centrum. I'm getting bloated, but that's okay. Making progress every single day. I think what I'll do is I'll make some broth and put in maybe a couple of little noodles. Um, Maybe I'll sprinkle in, yeah, melt in a little bit of peanut butter. Brussels sprouts. I could try putting Brussels sprouts in there. And boiling a cabbage. I'm so hungry, but my guts feel bloated. Okay, so we got this put together. This is good. I am tired. I am tired. If I get this done, I should be able to rest. Okay, let's go. Let's eat. Beauty. I wonder if I should put a little bit of that new miso stuff in here and see what happens. Here. Okay, I'm ratcheting it up a little bit. We're trying a little bit of lentils tonight. Ultra baked. We're gonna try bread, peanut butter, and see what happens when I sleep. All right. Blessings. Still trying to get this email out. I'm sending Google instructions and a bunch of things, and I gotta calculate all the blessings and a bunch of stuff. Court tomorrow. There's a lot happening. Okay. We're doing ginger. See if ginger makes a difference. We're making a tutorial for Google really quickly, adding that to this update to postpone tomorrow's meeting, which is going to happen in about 10 hours. Ow. I'm going to take a probiotic as well. Yeah, I haven't cracked into the kimchi or anything yet. That stuff is way too hardcore. My tongue's burning. Don't give up, you guys. Oh, I don't have any probiotics left. Shoot. Okay, well.